Hey everybody, back here with another vibe coding live stream. Just checking, we're live on YouTube, X, and Twitch. Just checking X. I know on the last live stream we had some difficulty with X, and I'll explain what happened there. But let's go ahead and create the broadcast on X and post it. Okay, great. Let's pop out our Twitch chat here. Let's see, where's the pop out? Okay. Okay, cool. All right, so on the last stream, actually, we had some difficulty going live on X, and I was going through the Virginia region, and you can go look at the last live stream, and I put a post on X about it. But pretty much when I tried to go live on X on New Year's Eve, I opened up the media studio to try to go live, and I kept getting this error generating preview error. And so I opened up the browser console, went to the network tab, and I saw it was calling some backend service, and X was throwing an error. And I thought maybe the error would resolve itself, or maybe they were having high traffic. And the error just didn't resolve itself. I woke up the next morning, checked again, same error. And what I had to do was delete that source and add a new source. So now when we stream on X, we're actually going through the California region now. And I've read some forums that say the California region is more stable. But anyway, so we're back here. And I've got a new camera angle, guys. So this is kind of a new angle that I'm testing out here. And let's just make this here for a second. Okay, yeah. So here's this new view. So if I want to, give a monologue or just kind of have more of a conversation with you guys, I can do that. And this gives a better shot. A better angle of me head on. Now I'm going to be adjusting this, trying to get it a little bit higher resolution. Right now this is using an NDI source to stream the footage over NDI, which is similar to Wi-Fi, so you may see a small delay here, but this is pretty cool. So I have this angle here, and so then I can pop that off, and now we're back looking at the screen. So let's pull up the to-do here. Cool. So here's the to-do. Let's see here. Let's scroll down. Okay. So we're gonna work, and we're not gonna accomplish all of these today, but let's add another item here, and let's see, what are we gonna do today? Okay, so one thing we need to do is add these linked drivers to reports, and I'll explain what this means here in a minute. We're gonna maybe try to do this. This is pretty important. So we have a coaching service, and the coaching service is detecting objects that aren't relevant. So we're gonna look into that. We really need to do this. Let's see. We're gonna try to do this. Try to do a couple tasks in parallel today. So we're gonna be building or refactoring our authentication service for bluecactus.ai. We're going to do this too. So one thing is, inside of our project, and let's pull up, so when I come into my project here, and this is this site, we have all of these different services, and these are all microservices that live inside of this directory, getparty.ai. But the thing is that this main directory is not a Git repo. So what happens is when I'm in Cursor and I want to do a work tree, right, to try to run multiple agents at the same time, I can't do that because it's not a Git directory. And really, in the past, we had these microservices set up, and they're not, so we don't really have like a mono repo, right? So, and with the with agentic coding, really, you want the agent to have access of the entire system, or access to the entire system end to end. So what we're gonna do is eventually make this, initialize this as a Git repo, and then we're gonna add a markdown agent file that has some description in it that tells Cursor or whatever LLM we're using that all of our services are these subdirectories, right? What happens a lot is I'm communicating with the agent and it goes into this directory. It tries to run a Git status. It doesn't think it's a Git repo and it gets confused. And I have to say, no, you need to go into these subdirectories. The subdirectories are the microservices. So let's see here. So that's what we're gonna do. Let's pull up our to-do list again here. We really need to start researching this. So this is gonna be a speeding alert. So today we have a speeding alert, and we actually did this on stream, but if I come to alerts, you can see that we have a speeding alert. The thing with this speeding alert, and we're using you know, a few different open source technology to do this. So we're using Apache Kafka, we're using Redis. So we have live data come in. That data has a speed, and we check that speed, and then we check the threshold, right? So if you have a speeding alert set up, you can add these speeding alerts as an end user, and then we store these in Postgres, right? So data comes in, we check Postgres to see if you have a speeding alert set up or not and what the threshold is. If it exceeds the threshold, we send you an email alert and put a key value into Redis. So that's the speeding alert. But what we're gonna do is we're gonna use something called OSM. Should say OpenStreetMap. Okay, so an open source tool called OpenStreetMap. So right now we're using a lot of Google APIs to handle our mapping. Interesting. Huh. Hold on. Okay. Let me think here. Hold on, guys. I gotta go. It's gonna be a bummer. I gotta check our production system right now. It looks like we're getting a billing error from Google, which is unusual. Okay. So, one sec, guys. I'm gonna make a phone call. Hey guys, sorry about that. I have a mapping Google Maps billing error on right now. A Google Maps billing error. Let me see. Hold on. Okay. Hey guys, I'm back. I have a Google Maps billing error right now. I need to look into. Hold on. Okay. I think I did it, guys. So hold on. Let me check our production system. It's a little Google billing error. Hold on. I gotta make another phone call, guys. Sorry about that. I'll be right back. Hey guys, let me hold on. Hey guys, hold on. Hey guys, I'm back. Um, Sorry about that. Let me I'm checking one more thing, guys. Hold on. One more quick check. We just had a if anyone's actually watching on stream, pretty much what happened is um our Google Clouds, there's different cloud providers that we work with that are partners with Google Maps. And over the years, our account has kind of moved around to different cloud providers. And there was some interruption in service. I don't know if it has to do with the new year or what, but I just was able to resolve it. Right now, I had some sensitive conversation. So I want to make sure that I didn't, the stream didn't hear that. So let me just put on these headphones real quick. Hold on, guys. Still, we just had, if you go back on the stream, you'll see bear with me, guys. Guys, just making sure my sensitive conversation didn't Okay, hold on, guys. We got to watch back on stream real quick because I may have to take this stream down. Hope not. We'll see. I think we're good. I don't think anything, any of my conversation leaked on stream. I think we're good, guys. It's just funny because I was going to go take a phone call, and sometimes the Mac does this thing where it switches the input to these headphones, right? So I had my headphones on, I go take a phone call, and the input keeps switching to my headphones, and I got my headphones in the room with me. I'm on a sensitive phone call. And it's kind of frustrating that Mac does that. I don't know why it keeps thinking that, I guess if I pick up the headphone, it switches the input to the headphone. I think we're good. Okay, I think we're good, guys. I'm gonna put this computer down for a minute and get back to it here. All right, cool. So we just had some Google Maps issue that was also on production. But anyway, so let's go back to our to-do list. And let's make sure that the input's on our microphone here. Let's see. Okay, input Elgato wave 3, good. Okay. So let's see. So today we're going to start building this authentication system. And so let's open up Ghosty. We're gonna have Codex work on that in the background. So let's open up a new tab here. Let's go to Blue Cactus, and we're gonna open up Codex. And I'm gonna say, I want you to go review the authentication service. We're gonna be refactoring this service. This is a agent's business. We need to be able to generate API keys for our end customers. So we need to think through Redis, session storage, JWT, and OAuth, and when and why to use each one. Right now, this service is built with Node Passport, but we're going to be deploying this service on AWS EKS and possibly on Spot instances. So I want to start to look into a language like Go that has a faster cold start. Or you tell me what language you think would make sense for this. I know this is I/O and not CPU bound, and so it's probably a good service for Node, but I want you to think through this. Okay, so we're gonna have Codex start. Do not make any code changes. This is just a brainstorming session. Okay, so we're gonna start doing that. Then we're gonna set up these Codex skills in the cursor agent markdown file. So Codex actually has something called skills. So let's see here. Okay, so here's skills. So let's look up Codex, or let's go into ChatGPT here. Let's do a little pop-up window. Let's get back to Ghosty. Back to ChatGPT. Interesting. Hold on. Pop up here. Okay. So I'm gonna say, can you help me understand Codex skills and how to use them? Okay, so Okay, so it's interesting, but I guess skills kind of like define a knowledge constitution for that agent, right? So if you have agent performing a specific task, it could use this skill like kind of like a toolkit. So you don't have to recreate prompts all of the time. I want you to look into memory and review my system architecture and the type of businesses that I run, and think about what skills or how I would define these skills. Or give me your thoughts on that. Okay, so we've got these different skills. We've got a code quality skill, possibly AI, ML, ops, and guardrails, product-specific orchestrations, DevOps, and reliability. I want you to search the internet and give me some example popular skills that engineers are using. Interesting. So like here's a skill where you're using Playwright, the MCP. Here's like a PDF skill that someone's using, MCP Builder skill. You know, as we kind of get deeper into the project, we'll think through the exact skills that we wanna set up. But let's keep going through our task list for now. Let's see. So shrink this. Okay. Look, it's stuck now. Happens a lot with the pop-up. Oh, here it goes. Okay. So, let's see. Okay, so we got Codex working on this in the background. What we're going to do today is add linked drivers. So, on a previous stream, if you guys are interested, we added this thing called identify drivers. So, I'm doing a Face ID analysis, right? So every time and if you're not familiar, if anyone's new here, we're working on really two different businesses. So we have a telematics video business. So this is mapping, and this is a 3JS map on top of Google Maps, right? So this is a 3D vector map, and we can look at like position history, like trip history, right? And then the camera triggers events. So like here's an example of a DSM fatigue event. So the camera detects events at the edge. So things like hard brake, quick acceleration, erratic lane departure, fatigue, distraction, phone use. And then that camera sends the event to our platform. So we record like position history, trip reporting. You can view these different critical events. So like here's an example of the fatigue event here. And it's really, the AI is looking at my eye. So you can see my right eye closed for 3 seconds, my left eye closed for 2 seconds, and my mouth was open for a second. And I want to show you guys the coaching nodes too. So I'm gonna go ahead and let's get Gemini 3 Pro. I'm gonna say, can you look at my current node groups? We need to scale up the coaching nodes. We scaled it down to a minimum node of 0. So the node group is not up right now. We need to scale it to 1 node. And hey guys, if you haven't already, please like and subscribe. It helps a lot. But this is so these are events, right? And then we have GeoZones, if you want to set up a GeoZone, you can get notifications every time there's an arrival or a departure. So it's really easy to like set up GeoZones. Let me see. Right, so you can create GeoZones. I can just say new GeoZone on stream. And what's cool about this is we're using Postgres, and there's an extension called PostGIS, which is pretty cool. And so instead of like doing some of the math at the application layer to determine if a latitude and longitude is inside or outside of this geofence, instead we're handling that at the database level, which is pretty cool. There was a time in the past where we were handling that at the application layer, and it was kind of heavy. So that's GeoZones. Then you can request footage. We can run reports. So you have like critical event reports. Let me see. So here are different reports, and these are the driver ID reports. So this is one of the items that we're about to focus on today. So every time I get into the vehicle, into my car, it takes a picture of my face, and I get these driver ID events. And so now what we do is, and let me go to PG Admin, and guys, I'm just walking through kind of what we worked on the last stream. So if anyone's interested, you can have a basic understanding. So now we have these two new tables, drivers and driver UUID links, right? So first, let me show you the driver ID events. So pretty much every time we get into the vehicle, it records these driver ID events, right? And then if I let's come down here, let's look at the drivers table. Okay, so here's the drivers table. So pretty much we get driver events, and these are what the driver events look like. So if I come to drivers, identify drivers, these are what the driver events look like. So pretty much I get into the vehicle, takes a picture of my face, and we receive that, we ingest that event. That event has a UUID associated with it, right? And we store that into our event table. And our system doesn't know what these IDs are. So the way that this works is it's doing facial analysis. So it's taking a picture of the driver's face, stores that picture, and then when the driver gets in the vehicle again, it takes another picture of his face, tries to do a match. Right, if it can't make a match, it sends us a new UUID. If it is able to make a match, it sends us the same UUID. So we built a system, and guys, we do a little old school RuneScape AFK kind of in the background here. I'm not a super hardcore gamer, but I know enough, you know, to kind of or I know enough to be dangerous, I guess you could say. And really, one thing we're going to do with RuneScape that's going to be fun, but right now I'm just doing some, they call it away from keyboard wood chopping, right? And these logs are worth money. So old school RuneScape has a pretty cool marketplace. And they have their very open system, right? So they have this whole system called RuneLite, which is an open source framework that sits on top of the game engine. And that lets us really get low level and do some cool stuff on top of the game engine. And this game's built in Java. So RuneLite has a really open ecosystem. So that's one of the things we might do on stream is kind of take a look at some of the plugins, review the repository, see if there's any issues, see if we could maybe make some contributions. But anyways, back to this. So this is the driver ID events, right? So every time I get in my vehicle, it takes a picture of my face. So then we have, so let me come to Postgres. So we have our drivers table. So the drivers table is if I come to drivers and go to drivers directory, This is the front end, and we call it the driver manager. So this is where you're going to be adding in your drivers, right? So I could add, let me see, the Grinch Davy. Don't ask me why just that came to my head, but let me see, Grinch Davy. And if I add this driver, Grinch Davy, now if we come to Postgres, right, and this is basic stuff, but now we have Grinch Davy inside of our Postgres table. So this is the driver manager, and then we have, if I come back to drivers, to identify drivers, and say that I want to, now I'm going to assign one of these drivers to Santa Claus for now. Okay, nice. I just assigned him. If I come back to Postgres, we can go look at our UUID links now, right? And so here's the UUID. And what this is doing is taking that driver ID, right? So we have this driver UUID. And remember, this is just an abstract identifier that we get from the camera, right? So the camera sends us this identifier, and it really means nothing to our end customers. But so what our end customers do is they start linking up these UUIDs to the driver ID, right? And so that's what I'm doing here. So if I keep matching these to Santa Claus, I can link all of these up, right? And so now what we need to do today is we need to add these linked drivers to the reports. But first, just to do a little test, let's go back to cursor. Let's scale up this node group, because I want to show you guys the coaching stuff too. And this is the plan, guys. When we built out that driver feature, right, we had to create a new table, and we use cursor plan mode to do this. So we had to create a new table, a links table. We had to build the CRUD for the back end, right? So these are the endpoints where the front end can communicate with the back end. The back end can communicate with the database and return the data. And then we built this view to match the drivers, right? You don't need to review the YAML file. Just use kubectl get nodes command to find the node groups, or the get node group command. See if Gemini 3 Pro could do this. Probably a good job for Flash, but it's okay. Okay. Wait, so what happened here? Okay, so did you scale it up or not? I don't think that's the right node group. Tell me what all of the node groups are. Okay, there we go. Nice, now it got him. So it's actually called coaching nodes. What's interesting is it went and found a node group that I don't even have. It tried to do something on coaching solution nodes large, which I'm not even using that. Oh, wait. Interesting. Maybe it got it from some YAML file. Okay, we need to scale up the coaching nodes node group to one node. Nice. Okay, cool. So we're scaling up this node group. Once this is done, I'm going to show you guys the coaching solution that we've been working on stream. Okay, cool. Okay, can you let me know when it's done scaling up? And guys, I don't have a way to see X chat yet. Let me see. Let's actually come here on my phone. Okay, let's see if we and guys, we're using something called EKS CTL, which is an open source tool to help us manage AWS EKS. So you have the AWS SDK, the software developer kit, that exposes a lot of methods, and then you have this open source tool EKS CTL, which is in the AWS documentation, and this makes it really easy to manage AWS EKS, to create new node groups, scale node groups down, scale them up, configure your cluster, right? Okay, nice. So it looks like it's ready. Okay, I want you to tail and follow the coaching nodes or the coaching pod and let me know when it's done starting up. The service takes a while. It takes like 2 minutes for this pod to start up. Then let's go back to Critical Event Driver Association, okay? And I'm gonna say, or let's go to more, driver ID implementation. Okay, great. Now that we implemented this new driver ID feature, we need to include the driver ID in the report. So now when we look at the critical event report, we see events for vehicles. Excuse me. We see events for vehicles, but those vehicles are not associated to drivers. But now that we know who the driver is, we need to return that into the report. Do we also need, or tell me the best approach to do this and help me think through this. Let's use Gemini, guys. I'm gonna keep using Gemini until we hit some sort of limitation, and then I'm gonna switch to Opus when we do. And hey guys, if you haven't already, please like and subscribe. I don't know if we have anyone. That's okay. Okay. Okay, so let's see here. But not all events have a driver UUID. So are we going to use the time range to try to determine this, or help me understand that? So we have this table, the critical event data table, or the event data table. And in this event data table, so here's the critical event report. Okay. So I need to also include DSM underscore distraction and DSM underscore fatigue in this query. So I'm gonna have to capitalize it, but okay, let's go to Postgres. Okay. Man, sometimes this pop-up gets stuck a lot. Let me try and make it bigger and see if I can move it. Look, it's stuck. I don't know if this is just a me thing or if this is happening to other people. I'm trying to make it as small as I can and then move it. Yeah, no, I can't move it right now. Oh, there we go. Can't move it from the top corner. When I click on this bottom left-hand corner, I can move it. Interesting. So, anyways, let's see here. Let's see if it pulled up. Yeah, it needs to be cap. Let's go DSM. Okay. Okay, here we go. Yeah, so this is the data from the event data table. You can see not all events have driver UUID, but it's important to understand which driver was in the vehicle at the time of the event. So what's the best way to handle this? Okay, so pretty much what's happening is we have these driver ID events, right? And the driver ID events tell us which driver was in the vehicle. So we get those driver ID events, and then we have the linking system, right? Where we go to drivers, identify drivers, and we link up these drivers to real human drivers, Larry, June, Bug, Santa Claus. And so pretty much inside of this table, you've got all these events like DSM distraction, but the DSM distraction doesn't have a driver UUID, but the driver ID does. And so what I did was I just went to go fetch all of the data that I had available in the database, and then I passed it to Cursor, and I'm just letting it know the situation. Hey, you know, driver ID has this UUID. So like, and then we have our driver UUID links table, and then our driver table. So somehow we need to do some sort of join operation. And this is when like a SQL relational, I guess, database makes sense, right? When you get more complex joins where you need to join different tables together, or else it might make sense to just use like some sort of object storage database. But in this scenario, it's good to have a SQL database like Postgres because we're having to do some complex joins here. So this is rough with Gemini lately, guys. So I mean, this happens constantly with Gemini, almost to the point where it's almost unusable. And I even considered not putting Gemini, or not using Gemini in the title. And we may have to switch to Flash. But let's try again. Okay, let's see. Okay, this is an excellent point. You were highlighting the difference between explicit identification, the camera saw a face and sent a UUID, and implicit association. Driver sees a face, generates a UUID, and sends it with the event. We check driver UUID, face A is John Doe. Okay. Event happens at 2 p.m., no face detected. Who was assigned to the vehicle? No, that's not. No, so like this is the scenario. So driver gets into the vehicle, camera takes a picture of his face. Let's say for this scenario, let's say that we have a match. We have a link to that UUID. So we have that link in our database. Now, every event that happens after that is associated with that driver, right? So every event from that vehicle, after we get a valid driver ID, every event is associated with that driver, right? Now, one way I guess to do it is in the critical event report. When you run the report results, the human eye could look at the timestamps and then look at a driver ID event, and then it's kind of common sense, I guess, to know that every event that comes after that, it was probably that driver in the vehicle. But is there a better way to handle this? Think through this deeply. Assume the identity of a Google systems engineer. So I'm actually going to pass in, guys, my my database schema too. Okay, so let's go to Finder. Okay, let's go. I'm just gonna grab our ERD diagram. Okay. Hold on. I also included the ERD diagram so you can understand the entity relationships. And guys, please like and subscribe. It helps a lot. I'm actually about to check the X chat. I might have missed, if you guys are chatting on X, I may have missed it. Okay. Okay, here, let's see. Yeah, the report is using pagination, right? So we're only querying the database for 50 results at a time. Explain this for a layman. Only bots are watching on Twitch. Hey, Doptimist, how are you? Yeah, so I actually don't have a ton of viewers yet. So, really depends on the day. I've had days where there's been like 10 people watching on Twitch, and then days where YouTube is a little more active. I'm not exactly sure why. See, Gemini 3 just had this issue again here. So what we're doing now is we have these driver IDs. So every time I get in my vehicle, it takes a picture of my face and tries to match me to a driver. And so these are all driver IDs that haven't been linked yet. And here's driver directory. So if I come to driver directory, you can see this is the directory of drivers. And the idea is when a new driver ID comes in, if it's not a match, an administrator will come in here and link it to one of the drivers, right? And so next time a picture comes in with that angle, that lighting, and it sends that ID, we know that that ID is linked to a human driver. And so what we're doing now is we're trying to get the drivers into this report so we know like when these events happened, which driver was associated with that event. But right now the thing is if I go to Postgres, when you look at these events, there's no driver UUID on these events, only on driver ID events. And this UUID is how we link it to a human driver. So we're trying to think through the query to see if somehow when we return the results to the report, if we can also return the driver. So that's kind of what we're looking into now. Okay, so tell me very concisely, how can we return the driver, the linked driver in the reports, and also show the user which driver was in the vehicle at the time of the event, even though we know that the events don't have a UUID? I want you to review the context of this chat and give me your thoughts. I want to know the best approach to do this. This table is has a lot of writes, and the table is large. So I want to make sure that this query is not expensive. We're using pagination, so we're only querying 50 results at a time. Guys, I think I'm gonna go see if I can get a top off on the coffee. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. So let's see. So this is I'm not like a SQL expert. And the interesting thing about our system is it's very, we're ingesting a lot of data from the cameras in the field. And so we have some larger tables that are storing location data. And at some point on stream, really I probably want to do like a database schema redesign, because as we've got bigger and bigger and the business has grown, that table has become larger and larger, and the queries are becoming more and more expensive. But let's see here. So we've got right path of all users, touch. 50 rows you're displaying. Use an index to find exactly one row. Okay. Data, device ID, event time, where event type equals. Okay. So tell me exactly what the report will return now for the 50 results. Specifically for the events, right? So like DSM fatigue or DSM distraction, what will that report look like? And help me understand the query a bit more. So we're looking, I guess, for a driver ID event, if it's valid, and I guess where that event is located in the results set. Help me understand this. And guys, if you're new here, we're working on this telematics video platform and also bluecactus.ai. So this is an agent's business that we're going to be working on. I've already vibe coded a lot of the microservices for this business using the OpenAI chained architecture. And there was some latency. And so one of the things we're going to do on stream together is start refactoring these services and really build out this business. And I actually have Ghosty working on that right now, the authentication service. Another thing I'm going to say is, right now we have the static web page deployed on AWS S3. Eventually we're going to deploy this on a EKS cluster. But for now, I just wanted to get the web page up on AWS S3. I just want you to review the bash file and understand how we did that. Okay, so it says... Interesting. So JWT tokens, so you've got OAuth, and we're about to we're gonna do this in a minute. I'm gonna go to the Google Admin Console. And guys, we're really like doing two parallel tasks here at the same time, which can get a little hectic, but let's see. Okay, so if I come to users, it's Google Cloud Console. Let's see, APIs and services, OAuth consent screen. Okay. Okay, so this is I don't want to show my client ID, but let's see here. Yeah, so this is kind of what the Google OAuth screen looks like. And so this is using a Gmail to log in, right? So our authentication service on bluecactus.ai, we were using something called Node Passport, which is an open source tool to do authentication. So this is called Google OAuth, and the idea is that you can use your Gmail to log in. And so we're going to have really three authentication pillars, I guess. You have OAuth, you have JWT tokens that have like a short-lived expiration, and then we have cookies. They're going to help us keep track of sessions in ephemeral storage across many different pods. So this is what we're going to be doing on stream today, actually, is I'm going to create a new secret. And we're going to see if we can get this OAuth working locally. So let me go ahead and generate a new secret. Let me just give Codex this information here. I just gave you the secret and the client ID. Please add to the appropriate files. Run git status first and check out to a branch with an appropriate name before you make the changes. Okay, I have that off screen right now. Anyways, well, that's working, Codex. So we're working on a couple things. We're working on the bluecactus.ai authentication microservice. We're looking at JWT tokens, looking into Redis and Google OAuth. And we're thinking about what language we need to use. I know that Passport is an open source tool that makes Google OAuth really easy. It makes it easy to do in Node. But I'm really interested in maybe using Golang or a language called Go. That was really like a language designed for Kubernetes that has really fast cold start times and a little lower level, closer to the metal. Well, I lost my Twitch chat pop-up here. Hold on. Okay. So No, I just want you to add them to the .n files. Interesting. Codex is refusing to add the keys to the file for me. I'm giving you explicit permission to add the keys to that file for me. Do it now. Hey! Hey, Abdo. How are you? Good to see you. Interesting. Codex is pretty interesting, but Codex, I need to, and this is a good thing, but I gave it my secrets for Google OAuth, and yeah, so we really need to, this is just, we're building locally right now, so I have it in an environment file. Eventually that environment, those variables will need to go into a Kubernetes secret, so the Docker pods can access those variable secrets inside of the cluster environment. You know, and I've worked with lots of different engineers that, you know, because the GitHub repository is private. Hey, thanks, Abdo. Thank you, my friend. I appreciate the support. So we're gonna go ahead and add these Google OAuth secrets ourselves. So let's see. Let me open up code. Let's go to Ghosty. Where's Ghosty? Okay. Yeah, it's just, there's nothing sensitive here. Okay. Let's open up the Cactus gate. Okay, let's go back. I'm gonna grab my secrets real quick. Here's your client secret. And then Google Client ID. Hold on. Back to Codex. Let's get this client ID. Okay, I'm adding the client secret and the client ID to the .n file. So I'm going to tell Codex that I just did it now. Let's see. Okay, I just added the secrets to the .n file myself. Can you check to see if I made these changes? You need to go into the Cactus agents directory. Okay, yeah, it's actually in the main root directory, not in the Cactus agents directory. Just want to make sure it doesn't expose this key on stream, so I'm looking on my monitor over here. Okay. Okay, do you see the startup script that we use to start these services? We want to start them with the fast route. Okay, can you start the services? I want to test the Google OAuth functionality and see if we can authenticate with the rob@bluecactus.ai email. Let's put a different. Blue. Taking replacing some old emails here. Okay, cool. Yeah. All right. Let's see if we can get this OAuth working, and then we're going to go back to the reports stuff that we've been working on. So, yes, proceed. So we have a script, a start script here. Let me see if I can pull that up here. Okay, yeah. So this is the start script we're about to execute. So these are all, and this is bluecactus.ai, guys. So we're working on bluecactus.ai, and we're working on the telematics business at the same time. So right now in the telematics business, on not the last stream, but the stream before that, we built out this identify drivers functionality. So you can go to drivers, identify drivers, see all of your driver ID events, and then start linking them up to human drivers, right? And so we set up some new Postgres tables, and this functionality is working. But now what we need to know is when a customer comes in and runs a report to see all of their events, we need to know. Heck yeah, that's a cool project. I think that's awesome. Yeah, multi-model. You know, what's interesting is the models are kind of becoming like a commodity. So I think users want the ability to be able to switch between models. Like just now in Cursor, I switch between Gemini and Opus. So I think being able to swap that model in and out is critical. Interesting, like generate ads, like marketing ads. Interesting. And GLM is an open source LLM, right? 11 Labs is speech to text. So I actually used 11 Labs to help me. I forget if 11 Labs was speech to text or text to speech, but in my agent's business, I used 11 Labs. It got a little pricey. I know AWS has something called AWS Poly. It doesn't sound as good, but they have something called Amazon Poly. And I think maybe Grok might have speech to text too. I think 11 Labs is great. It just gets a little pricey. Here's Grok speech to text here. Interesting. But yeah, 11 Labs is a great solution, I think. Definitely one of the top tier speech to text solutions. But yeah, that's definitely a cool project. But right now what we're doing is we have these driver IDs, right? And so if I come back to Postgres, you can look that these are all of the events, and then we have the driver ID event, and the driver ID event has something called the driver UUID, right? And that's a unique identifier. And what our platform does, but if you notice, all of these other events, like this DSM driver state monitoring distraction, driver state monitoring fatigue, they don't have a driver UUID. And so when we ingest that data is not coming with a driver UUID. And so, and this driver ID, even this driver ID right now, when this first comes in, this UUID is like a abstract UUID to our end customer. It doesn't mean anything until they link it. So then you've got your drivers table. So this is where you add drivers, right? So, and we did this not on the last stream, but the stream before. So if I come to driver directory, you'll see this is where I add in the human driver. So our end customer would set up their account. We would add in their camera devices, and then that customer would add in their drivers, right? And drivers come and go. So this can change, right? So they're going to be adding their drivers. And after they're done adding their drivers, they can come to drivers, identify drivers. And if they have the driver ID event enabled, then they'll see all of their driver ID events here. And these are driver ID events that have not been linked yet, right? So, so now pretty much if I can come here as a customer and I can say, all right, I'm looking at this driver ID event. I can see the picture. I know that's Grinch Davy, right? So let me link them to Grinch Davy. Or if I come down here and I know that this guy is Santa Allen, right? Or Larry Junebug, right? I would link him to Larry Junebug. And the idea is that, you know, like, because like the Face ID system, if you're head on and it's good lighting conditions, it might get a match every time. But if it starts hitting your side profile, or in this case, I was blocking my face a little bit, then what it will do is it'll generate a new ID. So the idea is you might have 5 IDs that are all linked to the same driver. So anytime those different portraits come in of the driver ID events, no matter what the lighting conditions are, or if the driver has sunglasses on or a hat on, if you've linked those different IDs to that one driver, then you won't have to keep relinking them, if that makes sense. So what we're doing, and in here you can see we created that Postgres table called the drivers, and then we have the driver UUID links. So every time you link a driver in that front end, it adds them to this table. And so now what I'm doing is I'm trying to figure out the reports, right? Like when I run critical event report, it's important that our end customer knows when this DSM fatigue event comes in. We need to have a column for the driver that was in the vehicle at the time of that event. So let's come back to Cursor and let's see. Let's see if Codex first, before we let's see if Codex. Yes, try with escalated firms. All right, so I'm gonna open up Cursor again on okay, here we go. Here's Cursor right here. All right, so back to while Codex is thinking about BlueCactus.ai authentication, OAuth, we're going to keep going down this reports path here. So here's Opus got back to us. So here we go. What report returns today? Okay, so like when we generate a report, this is what it looks like. Let's just bank these real quick. I'm gonna bank these logs. Okay, so this is when the report gets generated. This is what it returns, right? So we get DSM distraction event, but we don't know the driver name. Then we get a driver ID, right? And then we know who the driver is at that point. And then we get more events here. But this one we know, okay, this was before we got the driver ID, but every event after, we know this driver was in the vehicle at the time of the event. Hey, Saul, how are you? So, let's see. Okay, so current event, device, driver, no, empty. We need to look back. Find me the last driver ID before this. Same device that happened. Right, so here's the idea, guys. So when I come to the report, when we run this report, like here's 430:58. So when the SQL query goes and looks at this row, it's going to go backwards until it finds a driver ID, right? So for instance, like here's this DSM distraction. It's going to go look at the row before to see who the driver was. And then once we know who the driver was in this result set, and this result set gets kind of returned like this when I click generate. And this is the network tab in the browser console. But here's the building. Yeah, so I'll tell you quickly. So really two different things. So this is our telematics video business. So we have cameras in the vehicle and we record location and safety events with these dash cameras, right? So this is a mapping solution, right? So the camera does basic location, right? And you can zoom into these different vehicles. And this is a 3D map using 3JS, right? And then I can come into one of these vehicles. I can come look at like trip history. So I can hover over these trips, look at a trip, open a trip, and look at all the events for a specific trip. I can even click on a line and see what the location was at that point in the trip and the speed, request footage from that exact location, and also review these events, right? So let's click on one of these events. So like here's a DSM distraction. I can expand it. So we have cameras in the vehicle that record events, right? So things like quick acceleration, erratic lane departure, fatigue, distraction, acceleration. And so like I can open up and get a closer view of this event. And this wasn't a great distraction event, but I think it's because I kind of tilted my head like that. Oh, here we go. Distraction for 4 seconds. And it says I was distracted right in the middle of the event here. So it's really me turning my head like that. So these are events, right? And then after we generate events, we do coaching on those events. So we're doing a post-analysis coaching where we're detecting objects and the depth of those objects. And then using all the context that we have available to try to really we're building like a safety protocol and a safety program for fleet operators. So anyone that has a fleet of vehicles, and you're concerned about safety. And the thing with safety when you have a fleet of vehicles is, one accident, even if your driver wasn't at fault, just the legal fees alone will take you down. So the good thing is that if you have video of your driver in an event, and maybe your driver was not at fault, right? That video footage can help you exonerate that driver's and show that your driver was innocent. So instead of having to go to court and spend all these legal fees to fight the case, if you have proof that your driver was innocent, you'll see that it's a lot easier to settle that case outside of court. So we have that. Then we have a reconstruction, right? So we have a 3D simulation of the event that runs at a relative speed. So what's really sweet about this is as a fleet manager, I can sit down, I can scrub this back and forth, and I can sit down with my driver and we can watch this together. So without me being at the actual scene of the event, right, I'm getting a lot of context through this 3D simulation, through the AI analysis. And after we do that, we generate a report, right? So we say, all right, this was a driver state monitoring distraction. And we talk about the event, any objects that we detected. And then we come up with like a plan, right? Like a shared action plan that the driver can execute on. And also the coach, right? And so the idea is that there's an event, we do analysis on it, and then we distribute learning content, ideally in real time, to the driver. And we did all of this vibe coding this, right? So I integrated these models and integrated open source object detection and depth estimation models, and using an LLM to kind of generate this coaching information. And then we're also working on bluecactus.ai. So this is a voice agents business. And right now, there's a different microservices. And what we're working on today is really two different things. We're working on bluecactus.ai authentication service, microservice. So we're looking into like JWT tokens, OAuth, and Redis cookies, and when and why to use each one. So I'm a self-taught engineer, and right now I'm building this alone. I am at some point going to be hiring some people. You might not see them on stream, but I've had teams of people that have worked with me in the past. Not all of this complete system was not vibe coded, but you can go look at the previous streams. But we started adding a lot of features to this system. Vibe coding it, but this business, we're going to kind of completely vibe code this on stream. So if I actually go to Codex, yes, do that. And then what we're also working on, we're working on the bluecactus.ai OAuth. Then we're going to be working on reports. So we have this drivers, right, where we have a driver ID event. So we're also doing face ID analysis. Yeah, I see the messages on Twitch too. Hey, Clerk, how are you? Clerk's 303, cool. So this is a driver ID. So every time I get in my vehicle, it's taking a picture of my face. And we're generating what we call driver ID events, right? So here I've got driver ID events. And this is really a kind of a complex thing that we're working on today. But here I'm looking at all events in my event data table. And I'm joining another table called event media. That's where we store our media URLs. But actually, let's run this query here. So this is going to look for not just driver ID events, but also driver state monitoring distraction and driver state monitoring fatigue. And so here you can see we have a driver ID event here in these different DSM distraction events. And this driver ID event has a UUID. So pretty much the camera, but then you can see these other events like this driver state monitoring distraction does not come when we ingest that event into our system. It does not come with a driver UUID. So on not the last stream, but the stream before that, we built out this feature. So now what happens is every time and Cinna, I hope I didn't miss any Twitch chats. I see clerks. Hey, clerk. But anyway, so every time a driver ID event is generated, we're displaying it in this identified drivers view here. So pretty much the way that it works is it takes a picture of your face and it sends us an ID. So driver gets into the car, hits the ignition, takes a picture of his face, sends me an event with an ID. Then a driver gets into the vehicle again, and say maybe the first time he got into the vehicle, his face was straight on, and the camera had a good angle of his face. But maybe the next time he gets into the vehicle, he's straight on again. And that time, we're able to match those two images. And so our system will get the same ID twice to say, okay, we match these images, we get the same ID. But maybe he gets in the vehicle for the third time, and he has his head turned like this, and the camera takes a picture of his side profile. And so when the Face ID algorithm tries to find a match to the other images, it can't find a match because it hasn't seen this angle yet, so it sends us a new ID. So the idea is because there's so many different lighting conditions, sometimes drivers have sunglasses on, sometimes they have a hat on, right? Sometimes there'll be like 5 or 6 IDs for a single driver, right? Because the Face ID algorithm is not perfectly accurate. And so what we built was a linking system. So now our end customers can click on drivers, go to the driver directory, and they can enter in their drivers, right? So these are their human drivers. So, and these end customers, the drivers rotate a lot, right? Sometimes they quit, sometimes they get a new driver. And so pretty much this is where you would add your drivers. Then after you add your drivers, you come back to identify drivers, and then you start linking these drivers. So I'm going to link this one to Santa Claus, and I'll click link driver. Boom. Now that driver is officially linked, and I can see him in this driver UUID links table, right? Oh. I didn't comment it all out. There we go. Hold on. Interesting. Okay, boom. It's commented. Okay, so now here's the driver UUID links table, right? And so now what we need to do is when I come to the reports, right, when our customer goes to go run a report, here's what the reports looks like. And what we need to do is add a column to this report. And this is how the reports get returned, right? If I come to the network tab and I click generate here, and I come to the query, you'll see this is what the results set looks like, right? So this front end component sends an API request to the backend. The backend goes to go fetch these results from the database, and then returns them in a result set or in a result object, or an array of objects, whatever your the way the shape of your data looks. But you return that data, and then we display that data in the front end here, right? So what we're trying to do is now we want to know, okay, this was a DSM fatigue. Now that we have driver ID enabled, we want to know, all right, well, which driver was in the vehicle at the time of this event? And that goes into our coaching system too, because we're not coaching vehicles, right? We're coaching human drivers. So if I have a bunch of events and I don't know who the driver is, it's hard to set up a coaching program, right? So anyway, so let's get back to Cursor. So that's kind of my explanation of what we're working on. So here's kind of the new query. So hold on. Okay, so interesting. So this is the idea, right? So like when I look at my event report, you can see I have this driver ID in this row here, right? And we know that every event, so like this event came after this driver ID, right? So when the SQL query goes to go look at this row, it looks, I guess, like a few hours before, or maybe just an hour before. I need to think about that. But it checks the rows before that row to see if who the driver was, right? And then if it identifies a driver in the result set, it's going to start returning the driver ID in the result set for each one of the subsequent events, right? Until we maybe get a different driver ID. So that's the idea. Okay, can you run git status on the service where we need to make these changes? So, okay, let's see. No, I want you to check out to main and then pull from main. And then we're going to check out to a new branch with an appropriate name. Guys, I was using Google Gemini Pro 3. It's hard to use it in Cursor. It's not reliable. I use it and it kind of stalls, or it stops working in the middle of a job. Why is my permission denied right now? Oh, there we go. Okay. Okay, we're checking out to a new branch. Yeah, you can review the existing SQL query, but do this very, very delicately. This is a production system. We can't introduce any breaking changes. We also need to make certain that this query is not super expensive. We need to be able to return this data quickly. And guys, we now have, and I'm still working on this, but you know, we have a new camera angle. So, you know, if I want to talk about something or kind of talk to you guys directly here, I can use this new camera angle that gets kind of a different view here. And if I need to look at sensitive stuff on my screen, I can switch to this angle, which is pretty cool. Okay. That's okay. I know pagination happens in Java. Interesting. Oh, that's why it's been taking a long time. Oh, wow. Yeah, that's crazy. All right, let's do the Java enrichment for now. Okay, let's do the Java enrichment for now, but be very careful with this. The reason why we do this Java enrichment is each event in the result set has many different media URLs, and we put them into an array. We probably should be handling this. Hold on. Let's go grab this result set. Okay, so here's the result set, and here's like these media URLs that we put in to the result set. So let me come back to cursor, and I'm gonna say, if you look at the media URLs array object, you can see why we're using the Java code. And it's important that we don't interrupt this or introduce any breaking changes. So explain to me how you would enrich this data with driver ID at the application code layer and not at the database layer. Sure. Yeah. I'm happy to answer question. Go ahead. And guys, I'm gonna get a Discord group going. And actually, you know what I want to do is we should probably get the Discord going now. We're gonna add a subdomain called discord.bluecactus.ai, and then we're gonna add an A record to the Discord link so we can get a custom Discord URL, which will be pretty cool. So let me I need to create a subdomain for bluecactus.ai in Route 53. Can you use the AWS SDK to do this? First, can you use the AWS SDK to see the different hosted zones that I have set up? Guys, let's come back here. Okay. So here's what the result set will return, right? So remember that now the result set looks like this. Right, so this is what we return. We return an event log ID, an event media ID. No, here's an event. Here's a better one. Here's an event type. Let's find the driver ID, or let's just do a regular one. Event type. You got the device ID, device name, the location. These are media URLs. So if there's a multi-channel camera, it'll have multiple media URLs. And then yeah, so this is kind of what the result set looks like now. And let's talk to cursor. After we modify the query, we're going to get, okay, so Java enrichment flow. The current query executes and returns results like, so you have same event, different media. Yes. Okay. New collect unique device IDs after grouping before pagination. The event type driver ID. Build a lookup map. Nice. Then we're going to build a map. New query driver names. Now, I'm not a SQL expert. I'm using WebSocket. Okay, let me see. Hi, everyone. I have a question. Maybe someone can help. I am building an app to sell digital products, and inside the app, I have a person-to-person chat feature that I've asked Pro and Opus 4.5 to build for me. In Cursor, the chat feature is not functioning like world-class apps, Discord, WhatsApp, or Telegram. What tech stack should I ask Claude to incorporate? My current tech stack is Next.js, Nest.js, Supabase. So I guess what you're using a WebSocket. Interesting. So, I haven't built a lot of real-time chat applications. I know that you have. Let me look. I'm kind of curious now. If I am building a real-time chat application, would you suggest using WebSocket or server-sent events? I guess WebSockets have a bit of overhead, right? Okay, so you do need two-way communication. So WebSocket is the right tool. Do you know which open source WebSocket you're using? WebRTC. And what is it? Just very delayed, the chat? Or when you say it's not working like a world-class tool, I guess is there a lot of latency, or what? I guess what's the main issue right now? Yeah, that's a good question. The WebSocket, there shouldn't be a ton of latency. If you could help me understand kind of slight delays and some conversations get disappeared. Interesting. Yeah, so conversations disappearing. Interesting. That like sounds like maybe it's getting lost in the network. But WebSocket should have like some type of acknowledgement, like an ACK when the message is received, and it's not just fire and forget like UDP. That's a good question. I may need to circle back to that. And let me think about that a little bit. I am using a WebSocket today to do something. But that's a good question. What I would do is I would tell the AI or Opus, say, describe exactly what's going on. Tell it to add logging, right? So you can start logging what's happening. Say that there's some latency issues with your WebSocket, and what you want to do is you want to add console logs or add more logging so you can debug it, right? So you could tell the AI, hey, there's latency and these are the issues. Add logging, and then it'll add the logging, deploy that, and then you can tell the AI, okay, I'm about to test it. help me review the logs and let's look through the logs together. So after adding that logging, what'll happen is when you go test the app again, it'll start dumping those logs, right? And then what you can do is then use the AI, say, okay, now I need your help to review the logs together and let's try to figure out what's happening or what's going wrong and improve it. It's kind of hard to say exactly what's happening without looking at your log. What I will say is I know that WebSocket is the right technology for a real-time chat app. So you're using the right tech, but there must be some other problem somewhere else. And it's gonna, once you figure it out, it's gonna be like, it's gonna feel logical, right? You're gonna be like, oh wow. But yeah, that would be my suggestion, is use the AI to help you set up logging, and then use AI, then test it to generate the logs, and then use the AI to review the logs. That would be my suggestion. So back here, let's see. I'm gonna read through this one last time. Okay, let's go ahead and make these changes and then commit with a short and sweet commit message and then push to origin. Make sure you checked out to the new branch. And I'll do that right now. I'm gonna say also add logging so we can execute or generate the report. And then we're going to follow the report's logs together to see if it's working as expected. And I probably should have went into plan mode for this. But honestly, we might just for the sake of the stream, we might go into plan mode first. It's nice too, because when we go into plan mode, I didn't want it to create this file, but that's okay. It created this file. I'm gonna undo these changes and then I'm gonna let it finish and then we're gonna. Yeah, no, it's okay. Yeah, add logging and then let me know what you find in the logs. And we'll get a Discord chat up too, so you can ask questions in Discord too. I don't know if we're gonna do it on this stream or maybe the next stream. I never build this locally. Oh, let's stop. Let's undo all. Okay. What did it add here? Driver interface. How did this change is what I'm trying to understand. Like, that's kind of odd. I mean, we didn't modify. Okay, can you run git status on this service again? Okay. That's kind of weird behavior right there. I don't know why. It never even touched those services, but it said that they were... So it like brought in a plan here out of nowhere. I guess it's because we were in the same chat. It pulled up like an old plan. But let's see. Let me go to Shift Tab into plan mode. Okay, I want you to build out a plan for this. I know that we have an existing plan file in this chat. Should we use that? So we have this existing plan, guys. Here it is. And what's interesting is inside of this chat, without me even being in plan mode, it pulled up the plan. CRUD, which I don't know where this plan came from. Or I don't know, this might be to-dos. But anyways, let's see what Opus says here. Nice. These questions are cool. I mean, Cursor has really impressed me with these questions that it asks you in plan mode. You know, it's really cool. So what I want to do right now is we've completed a lot of this plan, right? So when you come to drivers and identify drivers, you know, a lot of this we've done already. So when I come back here, I'm going to say update the existing plan, add reports integration, and mark completed items. Boom. Continue. Okay, it didn't add to the existing plan. It's creating a new plan, which is fine. What's really interesting too is wait, what happened? Okay, here's the report, or here's the plan. Now, Cursor, it stores all of these plans in what they call ephemeral storage, right? Which I don't even know if that's a. I've heard the Cursor CEO say something like that, but maybe he was talking. I might be referencing him incorrectly, but pretty much these are not like if. What's interesting about this is if I go to my directory and say that I want to look at these, right? If I come to, and then let's say I want to go into the Cursor, and this is like a hidden directory, and this is where Cursor stores its plan. But let's say I want to come in here. Let's go into plans. And it only shows me the plan that I've saved, right? Even though we have all of these plans that are living somewhere in the Cursor bundle, I guess. So it's like a not permanently, it's not persistent storage, which is interesting. So I don't know how they're pretty doing something pretty low level there, I guess. But okay, so I'm gonna say that okay, we had already created the CRUD backend. The only item remaining from the plan is to include the drivers in the reports. Then I'm gonna say, let's see if I can driver underscore management underscore implementation underscore with underscore permissions. Nice, it just linked that. So no, I haven't tried GLM yet. Right now I've been using Opus 4.5 and Gemini. Gemini Pro, it keeps stopping in the middle of a job. So it's hard to use Gemini 3 Pro right now, but you know, using a lot of Opus 4.5, but it's expensive, right? I haven't tried GLM. What's interesting about that is I don't know if that runs on Cerebrus, which is Cerebrus, I think, is running on a CPU and not on a GPU. I could be wrong about that, but that's what's pretty interesting about that model. And guys, please like and subscribe and follow. It helps a lot. But yeah, I use Opus 0.5 when I need to get really precise and surgical. I use the Codex CLI when there is you know, a very difficult issue, very complex issue. It seems to be pretty good at debugging. If I'm really moving quick or doing discovery work, I try to use the smaller models. If I'm making changes that could have some type of service interruption or cause production to break, right? I can't afford to use anything but Opus right now. Opus is having a lot less hallucination, and it's pretty clear that they've trained the model for coding specifically, right? It's just really expensive. But no, I haven't tried GLM, and I need to try it out. You did not modify this existing plan. I think you created a new plan. Okay, let's update the existing plan. Let's see if we can do it. So we got these two plans. It kind of created a new plan, but that's okay. It looks like it's updating the... Nice. Nice, it's modifying the right one now. Oops. Okay, cool. Nice. So it marked all these as done. Okay, let's see if we can do this. Okay, run a git status and make sure we're on our new branch and the work tree is clean. Okay, so let's build this. Let's do it. Yeah, so Alex, I had a stream on New Year's Eve, and there was some issue with live streaming to X. I stopped the stream. I went to go debug it. By the time I looked up at the clock, it was almost midnight. So that's only like a 30-minute stream. But if you look at the stream before that, pretty much this entire plan, I implemented all of this with Gemini 3 Flash. Now, Gemini 3 Flash, it kind of drives outside the curbs a little bit. So you need to do maybe a little extra steering and need to be very aware of what's happening. But it's really fast, and it's pretty good. Gemini 3 Pro, I mean, I literally can't even use it in Cursor right now. So I don't know why it's importing that, which is kind of... Huh. That's like a library that the Java code uses to create a pool of connections when it's connecting to Postgres. I think max connections is 10. Why did you need to import these libraries? Command Option E on Mac gets you back to the agent screen. Let me see why it needed to include these libraries. So explain how this connection pool worked before. Okay, and this won't cause an interruption, right? I want to make sure that we're handling, I mean, this connection is critical, right? I want to make certain that we're handling it properly. So it's getting a little technical here. You know, the way this Java code, okay, just needed the connection to stay open longer. Now, when you're working in a system like me that there is a version of this app that's running in production out in the wild, and you know, we're using this thing called I think it's C3PO, which is a framework that manages the connection pool to Postgres, and so the way that this Java, so explain, I guess, how this Java code was architected and why, I guess, we passed in a class and we never needed to access the pool again, or to explain that for a layman. I haven't worked in Java for a while here. So let's review these actually. Let's run this find issues. So here are these changes here. So we have some new data here. We got driver UUID, which is a string driver name. I know, bro. I know. I need to be sorry, bro. I'm chopping. So get driver UUID, set driver. So here's like some getters and setters. Explain how this session timeout works. So we're checking when we analyze a row, we're looking backwards 12 hours. There'll never be this Why do we have to use this 12-hour time range? Can't we just go look for the last driver ID record that's available, no matter what the time difference is? And guys, if you're new here, this is the system we're working on. So this is a telematics video system. We have dash cameras in vehicles. They report location and safety events. This is Three.js on top of Google Maps. So we have a basic location here. You can see this is a 3D vector map, which is pretty cool. And we have location history, right? So I can come look at trips. So you can look at trips, hover over those trips, select a trip, zoom in. Say if I wanted to know like the timestamp on the trip line here, I can click on the actual line, gives me a timestamp, a speed at that time, right? I can also click on an event. So like here's a DSM fatigue event. And so this was a DSM fatigue. I can expand it. Play and pause the videos. Here's a more detailed look at the event. Here in the middle of the event, you're gonna see, it said my left eye was closed, which is interesting. My left eye was closed for 5 seconds. I don't know, that may not be 100% accurate. Right eye closed for 10 seconds and my mouth was open for a second. Distracted for a second. So if I come, so these are events. Now what we're doing is, and we did all of this on stream vibe coding this, guys. So then we built this coaching platform where we take these events, and so these events are recorded at the edge in the vehicle. So something like quick acceleration, hard brake, erratic turn, shock, severe shock, distraction, fatigue, phone use. And then we generate this AI analysis, right? So then we use, and I vibe coded this and integrated these open source models. So we detect objects, detect the depth of those objects, and then we take the context that we have available from the event that got recorded at the edge. So things like speed, location. We use all of that context along with this 3D reconstruction, which is moving at a relative speed, which is really cool. And I'm actually one of the only company in the entire industry that's doing 3D simulation like this. And I worked with a really smart developer that helped me build this. We built this together. But this is 3D simulation. So the idea is I can sit down as a fleet manager, sit down with my driver, and start reviewing this simulation of the event. We can watch the 3D object detection and 3D object detection and really get a lot of context about the event, right? So there's the 3D simulation. And then we build a report, right? So then we say, all right, here was the event. What's the safety focus of the event? Was it risky? Was it not risky? Here's where the driver was involved in this event at a certain speed. Here are the objects that were detected in the event. And we got to remove some of these objects like a handbag. Actually, if you play the video, it's kind of interesting, but this is a pre-trained model. One of the things I want to do on this stream is maybe start, trying to build the data set, label it and annotate it, and then train a model on objects that are relevant for us. So like one of the things I know I need to do, and here I am going to Mickey D's there. But so it's getting my seatbelt as a handbag, right? And so that's really a seatbelt. In my business, in my world, that's a seatbelt, right? So I'm going to annotate or train the model on seatbelts. That's the idea. So this is our coaching platform. And one of the things I really want to do this year, and this is one of my goals, but really these are our vibe coding ambitions for 2026. We're going to be building like the standard for coaching safety protocol and agent tooling. So we might be building like an MCP server where like an insurance company that wants to build a risk profiler maybe. Yeah, so thanks for bringing up OpenStreetMap. I am gonna be using, right now we're using the Google API. I haven't tested OpenStreetMap enough, but I'm glad you brought that up, because what we're gonna be doing is right now I have alerts, right? So I have a speeding alert, and let me see if I can show you kind of what the speeding alert looks like. Okay, so right now what I'm doing is you can enter in these speeding alerts, and the speeding alerts have a threshold, right? And so this goes into a Postgres, right? A Postgres table called alerts. And what we're doing is there's live real-time data coming in. That data gets distributed to different services using Apache Kafka. So what we do is we bring that data in. It gets sent to one of our microservices. The microservice is subscribed to the Apache Kafka topic to ingest that real-time data. We go to check Postgres to see if there's any alerts set up in this organization or for this account. We get the email address associated with that alert, and we fire off the alert. Now, the thing with this is it's a static speeding alert. So the idea is, okay, I could set up a speeding alert for 50 miles per hour, but if they're driving on a road that has a 30 mile per hour speed limit and they just go 40 miles per hour, they're not going to pass that 50 mile per hour threshold, but they're still speeding. So I looked into Google, a posted speed limit, and the posted speed limit was incredibly expensive, right? Like unbelievably expensive, how much or the cost that Google's charging. And let's just look it up real quick. Be kind of a fun little practice here. What is the exact cost for Google posted speed limit? So explain how elements work. Like, how would I pass that in? Would I pass in a road, and it would return the elements? Or I guess how does it work when I pass in the data? Or explain what an element is. So the idea is okay, I could use the Google Roads API, pass in the data, and then I'd get these elements would get returned to me of the speed limit. Now, what's interesting is once I have that element, I can store it in my database and persist it, right? So I can persist that element in my database, and then I don't need to recall the Roads API every time for that road segment. But you know, for me to get all of that data in our database, because we have drivers driving all over the United States, it would be incredibly costly. So what I'm going to do is instead I'm going to use OpenStreetMap. So we're going to use Postgres, and I think maybe like an extension called PostGIS, which is a I can't think of the term for it now, but it's like geospatial calculation at the database layer, not at the application layer. And so we're going to try to get the OpenStreetMap database. And I've never used OpenStreetMap. I've worked with someone that has, but I'm not super familiar with it. And we probably won't get to this today, but we'll get to this week. We probably even finish it this week. But we're going to get that OpenStreetMap data. We're going to, and I'm just going to say, okay, this is too costly. How can we do this with OpenStreetMap? I'm using Postgres, PostGIS extension for geospatial calculations. I want to handle the calculations at the database layer if I can, and not the application layer. can I set up posted speed limit with OpenStreetMap? I guess, how do we do the geospatial calculation to determine if that latitude and longitude, which road segment it matches to in the OSM dataset? Yeah, so we can use this spatial SQL, right? So we get the OSM dataset, we load it into Postgres, and then we're going to set up a posted speed limit alert using a spatial query and using Postgres. What's really good about this is really cool about this is like doing a lot of the spatial calculation at the application layer can get very expensive, right? So anyways, back to what we were doing here. Let's see if this will work. Yeah, but I'm not only working with people in long haul trucking, right? So I'm working with service companies and like last mile distribution companies that have many different drivers for a vehicle, but also a vehicle could be having maintenance done and just sitting in the yard for longer than 12 hours. So explain to me again what the issue is with just finding the last driver ID record. Well, the problem, I guess, is if there was some type of issue, like if a driver got into the vehicle. And guys, what I'm trying to do right now, and it's kind of complex, but hold on, let me get Twitch up here. Okay, I didn't say chats. But pretty much, when I come to critical event report, and I run this, what we're doing is if there's an event like down here, there's this DSM distraction event, we're going to go in the past and go look for the last driver ID. And then when we return the result set, we're returning that driver ID for every subsequent item in the result set. So let's come back to cursor. Just say this here. Oops. No, let's assume that every time a driver, if a customer has driver ID enabled, every time a driver gets into a vehicle, we're going to have a driver ID event. And guys, please like and subscribe. It helps a lot. Helps push out the content to more people. All right. Yeah, let's not worry about this 12-hour timeout. Let's just go find the last driver ID record and use that no matter the time difference. And if you can't find, interesting. Okay, so the reason why the time window matters is because the table is massive, right? Hey, can I ask you something? Sorry for my English. Yeah, sure. How are you? Thanks for welcome to the stream. Go ahead. You know what? Let's use the time window, but let's just increase it a bit. Let's increase it to 48 hours. Or what do you suggest? You know DayZ, the game? DayZ? No, I don't. DayZ, the game. DayZ. Is it like PUBG? Is it like a survival game? I'm not familiar with that game. Okay. Yeah, let's just query back 72 hours, and if there's more than one driver ID in those 72 hours, we're going to use the most recent one, right? Just do 72 hours to keep the query less expensive. Interesting. I run a DayZ server and want to develop a tool that unzips the game data, builds a database from item metadata. So do you have access to the game data, or that's available? to you, I guess, and so you're able to access that data, and then you want to build a database, and allows for the creation of market data. Interesting. So what challenge did you have, I guess, when you're using the AI coding tool? Or what, is there any error that you're encountering or some type of limitation? It seems like a cool idea. I'm actually playing this game, old school RuneScape, and someone built a framework called RuneLite, where they kind of like uncompiled the jar file, and like kind of read through all of that compiled code, and I can't pronounce it right now, but they yeah, so the RuneLite API is reverse engineered from obfuscated code, which means I guess there's like the method names are not even human readable. So he took the jar file, uncompiled it, reverse engineered it, and then exposed, I guess, methods so people could access the game at a lower level. And I think at the beginning, RuneScape was pissed about it, but now they kind of just everyone uses RuneLite, and they're supporting it, I think. And oh, it doesn't understand you. Interesting. Can you speak slower? Yes, I can speak slower. It doesn't understand me. Oh, it's telling you. Does the AI say that to you? Are you telling me to speak slower? Okay, you're saying, okay, because English is not your first language. Got you. So what I would do is, try to use logging, right? So if you're encountering some issue, describe what you want to the AI again. Keep iterating on that. Try to be as clear as you can. And what I would do is if you keep running into challenges, try to take those error messages, plug them in. And I don't know how technical you are. Let me get the Twitch chat back up here. I see that on the code. Oh. Okay. Interesting. So yeah, and I'm not sure how technical you are, but usually what I do is, when I'm having challenges, I tell the AI, I grab the error, paste it back into the AI tool, let it see the stack trace of the error. Also, if you're having challenges, let it know you're having challenges. Tell it to add logging, right? Add logging so you can debug together. Then after you add log, test again, try to test the tool again. And then when you test the tool, it'll dump those logs into the log, and then use AI to go review the log, right? And then try to debug it like that. That would be my best advice. But if you can keep trying, keep going. Sometimes with this AI, it's very good at generalizing to different areas, or different topics, but it does hallucinate. So just don't give up, keep iterating. And the cool thing about AI is, like, if you're working with a human employee or some person that's working with you, you really can't like micromanage them too aggressively or be too all over them, right? Or else they won't be happy with that. But with AI, you can really work it, right? And I know sometimes you might hit limitations on the token side, depending on what your usage is and what plan you have. But don't be a shy, really grinding the AI to get it to do what you need it to do. It doesn't get impatient, or it doesn't get aggravated with you or upset or mad that you're micromanaging it, right? So okay, so yeah, so I'm not vibe coding a game. I know we're in the software and game development category in Twitch, but what we're doing is we're building, and you can go check some of the previous streams, but we're really doing two things at once. We're building this telematics video platform that has events, right? And then we built this coaching system where we take events from our dash camera, do object detection and depth estimation on those events. Okay, cool. And yeah, so we're trying to build like a safety protocol, a safety toolkit, and maybe an MCP server for companies that are interested in building like a risk profiler based off of video data. They could use our platform to generate this safety analysis. So we run, and I vibe coded all of this, right? For the game, we're just playing some old school RuneScape in the background, just doing some AFK skilling. And I don't know exactly when, but at some point we're gonna maybe try to build a plugin for old school RuneScape. Okay, cool. Yeah, so right now, just to give you a high level of what I'm doing, I'm building this driver ID. So pretty much when a driver logs into a vehicle, there's a dash camera, and the dash camera takes a picture of the driver's face, and it stores it into a storage system, right? Then a driver gets back into the car, takes another picture of his face, tries to make a match. If it makes a match, it sends me the same UUID. If it doesn't make a match, it sends me a new UUID, right? So now I have this system where an end customer can come enter in a driver. So they would enter in all the drivers in their fleet, and then they would, after adding the drivers, then they're going to come to this identify drivers section, and they're going to see this view here that's going to show portraits of all their drivers' faces. And so what they need to do is then they're going to link that driver, right? So if I click Santa Claus here and link him, that driver is now linked, right? And that's going into our driver links table. Now what we're doing, which is getting a little tricky, is I have critical event reports, right? And in these critical event reports, you can see all of my critical events, right? But really what I want to do is when I'm building this safety platform, right? So when we're building this safety platform, which we also have these 3D reconstruction, and I just like to go through this for the new people on Twitch and some of the new people on YouTube. But pretty much this is a real-time simulation, and then we have a report, right, that has an event snapshot, tells us what objects were detected, any observations, and helps us build a plan. But the idea is that to really build out a safety program, you need to know the driver that's in the vehicle. Yes, OpenCV. So you need to know the driver that's in the vehicle, and also, I really need to know the driver and not just the vehicle, right? So, because I can't deploy learning content to a vehicle, I need to deploy learning content to a human. So now what we have is we have this driver ID event. So what we're trying to do is return the driver in this report. So here you can see, this is our response object, right? And so we need to also include the driver in this data. Now, where it's getting a little tricky is this table is kind of big, and So what I need to do is like if say for this event here, I know that for this event that I need to go look at the previous records or the previous rows in the results set and look for the last driver ID. And then once I find the last driver ID, that the linked driver ID event. And the reason why I'm doing this is because when you look at all of these events, pretty much the regular event types don't have a UUID, right? So they don't have a UUID, but driver IDs. Where's my driver ID? Where's my driver? Event. Where's driver at? It's hard to find. Hold on. DSM distraction. Interesting. Oh, I don't have order by 50 here. Okay, so here's a driver ID event. And the idea is the driver ID event has this UUID. Now, this UUID is meaningless to our end customer until we link it, right? So, anyways, when these events come in, I need to know which driver was in the vehicle at the time of this event. And so I can't just like join it on this ID because when these events come in, they don't have this UUID. And this UUID is linked, this UUID, and that's where the front end links it. And after it's linked, it puts it into this table, which is the driver links table. So now what I'm doing is I'm going to say, and let's just start reviewing this. Let's just click find issues here. I'm going to say, okay, in a very concise way, explain to me exactly what we just did. Okay, so we just added driver names to the critical event report, and okay, so this was the plan, right? And this is what we did to get this set up. I had to add a new drivers table. Then I had to add a UUID links table. Then I had to, and let's go bank our wood real quick, guys. We added all of our CRUD in the back end. And then we added the front end view. And now what we're doing is we're trying to get the driver's name in the critical event report. So our existing query is kind of complicated because it joins two tables, and sometimes one record from one table has many different records in another table that's associated with it. So we do some Java enrichment to help prepare the result set before we return it to the front end. And so now what we're going to do is we're going to collect unique device IDs from results. We're going to query all driver ID events for those devices in the time range. We're going to query driver names. And then for each event, find the last known driver within 12-hour session window. So it's really within a 72-hour window. And then paginate and return. So let's see what this issue is here. Found two potential issues. Okay, so what's this issue? Let's see here. So what is this? Generate report override doesn't explicitly close the results it returned from get results. Yeah, I might, the connection pooling, so we're using C3PO to do a connection pool. And so the way that this Java code was built, it's inheriting a connection from a parent, and I'm not super familiar with Java, but it's inheriting the connection from a different class. So hold on. Okay, explain to me exactly how the previous code was handling the connection pool and why we're having to do something differently here. Sure, yeah, you can send me DM, Fabby. I don't know where the best place to DM me is. I don't know if you can send DM on Twitch. I know you can send one. I have Instagram too, or maybe X. You could try to DM me on X. I'm not familiar where the best place to DM me is. I'm kind of new to streaming. But yeah, feel free to DM me if you can figure out how to do it. I think Instagram, the DMs are open. I don't know if you can DM on YouTube. I haven't received a DM yet on YouTube. Okay, so like kind of this is how the flow worked before. Okay, so the original base class approach. So okay, so we had a class that would open a connection or get the connection, get results, which would get the result set, and then fill the result set, and then close the connection. Query, read results, close connection. Orphaned for a brief moment before clean them up. No other queries ran in between. Or got Discord. Yeah, so I'm about to get, you know what, man? I really want to get this Discord up right now, so let's see. We're going to set up a new... You can just use the AWS SDK to see my hosted zones, right? I built some bash file to try to do this. Why? Just try to run the AWS command right from the terminal. Okay. So I don't know if this is sensitive. Hold on. Yeah, I mean, I've tried, interesting. No, I haven't tried the locally hosted LLM. I was using DeepSeek, but Cursor's not letting DeepSeek do tool calling. Yeah, so anyways, I'm listing out my Route 53 zones. And I'm going to say, okay, we need to add a new subdomain, discord.bluecactus.ai. Let's do this with the AWS SDK CLI. We're going to be setting up an A record to point to my Discord server. Interesting. Yeah. So I have actually a DeepSeek model running on this Olama, I think, C++ framework. And it's actually working on my MacBook Pro here, which is kind of interesting. But no, I haven't. That's pretty interesting to host a local model. You need the IP address of your Discord server. Do we have to have the IP? So I have the Discord server domain. Will that not be good enough? I could find the IP address from the domain. Hold on, let's open up Discord. Yeah, I hear you. No, the tokens, they really add up quickly. So let's see. And I'm new to Discord, guys, so bear with me here. I'm gonna go grab the server. Let's see. Copy the link. Find your Discord server link. Let's see. Events. Invite to server. Or send server invite link. Copy. Is the server invite link what I need? Hold on. Vibe the code, feel the code. That's right, man. That's right. That's what we're doing. Okay. So it's the invite link. Okay, use the terminal to find the IP of this Discord URL. Hey, do I have to have a web server to do this? Okay, let me, okay, describe exactly what we're trying to do here. I want to pass this to another agent chat. Okay, you can go ahead and make the changes on the new branch, commit them, and then let's push to origin. Actually, let's run this, hold on. Looks like we have another issue. Let's try and find issues again. We're running another review on this. Okay, yeah, it's cool if you're AFK. I'm still trying to get this Discord set up. Hold on. I really want to get like a custom domain if we can. Let's see. Hold on. Let's pull up say okay, so yeah, so the next project after this is the agents business, which is this service. So we have Cactus agents, Cactus Gate, Hotline, Intent. This is using an intent classification service, SMS transcriber, text to speech, and web. Yeah, for about like I've been working with software for probably like 6 or 7 years now. Started off as like a business guy, built a uh, a pretty successful business, and then we identified like a gap in the market, and we decided to build software. So I've worked with lots of different engineers over the years, and really absorbed a lot working with many different interns. I'm really close with the local colleges here. Um, so working with a lot of different interns in these capstone projects, and also senior engineers or more experienced engineers, and that's kind of how I learned over the years. But let's say okay, we want to set up this redirect for our Discord server. And guys, I probably could just send you if this is going to be too challenging to do. So let's see. So we could create a new bucket. Okay, can you look at my existing AWS buckets to see if maybe we should use one of these existing buckets? Guys. Okay. Okay. Okay, great. Let's go ahead and create a new bucket. Yes, yes. A nub. That's exactly what we're going to do. Exactly. Okay, so we're going to create a new AWS S3 bucket. Well, let me get the exact host name. Hold on. Let me open up Discord. Still get a little confused of exactly where to get the invite link, but let me let's go back. Hold on. Server invite to server, create channel, create category, create event, notification privacy. Okay, invite to server, copy the invite link. Okay. This is the host name that we need to redirect to. Okay, so let's see if we can do this, guys. Yeah, so on our other bucket, we already put up our static website on the Blue Cactus AI bucket. And we used an index HTML file to do that. So which, I guess what's the best way to do this? We still need to create a new bucket, right? So one way to really cheaply, guys, put up a static website is a lot of people use Vercel. Vercel, I think, will like host it for you for free. Another really cheap option, if you just have a static website that's not dynamic with like a simple form, you can put it on AWS S3. So if you go to bluecactus.ai, I'm actually hosting bluecactus.ai on S3 for now. We're eventually going to move it to AWS EKS Kubernetes, which is where the other system is running on. But for now, just wanted to get the website up while we're on stream. Yeah, so today's project is pretty much is we have drivers, right? So pretty much we have dash cameras, and every time a driver gets into a vehicle, it takes a picture of the drivers. And Fabi, don't worry, I'm gonna get you this Discord link, even if I have to direct message you maybe on Twitch after the stream. I'm gonna make sure I get it to you. And if I'm not able to get it to you, just join the next stream and we'll make sure we get it to you. But we will have the Discord link soon. Anyway, so what are we doing today? We have these driver ID events. It takes a picture of the driver's face, tries to match it to existing pictures. If it matches it to an existing picture, it sends the same ID. If it can't find a match, it sends a new ID. And so we built the tables to do this. So we have this driver's table. So our end customer would come in, they'd go to the driver directory and add their human drivers into the driver directory. And then as these driver ID events start to come into the system, they'll go to this identify drivers page, and they're going to start linking this driver portrait to a human driver. And so what we're doing today is we're trying to include these driver IDs into the result set, right? So when I query, it returns this result set of all this data. And that's what we display on this front end. But what we're trying to do is in this result set, we also want to include the driver ID, right? So, and it's kind of tricky because like the way that it works is, say that we're preparing the result set and we look at this row of data, which is DSM distraction. We need to go look, what's the last driver ID, or who was the last driver that was in that vehicle? And what we're going to do is we're going to go in the past, look for the, like this event, this driver was in the vehicle at the time of this event, right? So we're going to try to prepare the result set, go back to rows in the past and try to look for the last driver ID event. And once we find that, we're going to return this result set to the front end with the driver ID in it. So then now our customers have not only the events, so events are not tied to a vehicle, but instead tied to a human. And the reason why we're doing that is we have this coaching platform. And I know, guys, it gets a little much when I explain this over and over, but we have this coaching platform, and you know, it's important that we know who the driver is in the vehicle so we can distribute learning content to the driver, right? So the idea is events happen in the vehicle, we collect the driver ID, then as these events come in, we know who the driver is, and then we can try to distribute learning content to the driver, right? So this is our AI analysis, this is the 3D simulation, and this is like the report. So then we build this coaching worksheet. So we're working on that. And then we're also working on bluecactus.ai, which is a voice agents business. And we have Codex looking into OAuth for us. So let me go to Ghosty. Okay, can you start the authentication service, and then I want to test it. So then we're working on the authentication service for this business. So we're looking into Redis cookies, JWT, short-lived tokens, and also Google OAuth. So we're going to kind of have a mix of all of these authentication methods And so we're working on refactoring this microservice. So let's see. And let's go back. I know we're bouncing around here, guys, but let's see if we can. Okay, let's do this. So guys, we're setting up kind of a redirect. So if you go to Discord. Good question, Matthew. These are kind of like businesses that I'm building. So not really personal projects, but I do have these are like services I'm trying to deploy into the market. And like this tool is already lives in the wild and it's in production. So I'm managing like on this tool, like if you the telematics video tool, I'm running this on AWS EKS. I'm self-managed Apache Kafka. I'm self-managing Redis. And so you're also using Sentinel to make sure Redis is highly available, and using Kafka and Zookeeper, right? So yeah, no personalized roadmap. Maybe I need to maybe try to do that. I probably should build a more of a kind of like a schema around my learning schedule. But anyway, so I've learned a lot about like AWS EKS, understanding Kafka, understanding how to manage Kafka. I have tons of real-time data coming into our system, right? So, and I've been able to manage this in a production environment on my own. So, and that's really where a ton of my learning, a lot of my systems understanding the full stack end to end, right? So let's see if we can do this. So guys, this is using the AWS SDK to pretty much put up an index file onto AWS S3 that's gonna do a redirect. Oh, yeah, yeah. This is I'm forging my own path, if that's what you mean. Trying to. That's what this year's all about. Do we have to create a new hosted zone to do this, or can we use one of the existing bluecactus.ai hosted zones? Okay, and this won't cause any interruption to the existing bluecactus.ai website, right? Okay, let's do it. So guys, we're almost got the Discord subdomain working. Hopefully it works. We're about to see. Okay, let's go to discord.bluecactus.ai. Guys, it may take a minute. Boom. All right, guys. So if you go to Discord, and I don't know, hopefully this works, guys, but if you go to discord.bluecactus.ai, hopefully that works, guys. I just did that with AWS S3 Live. Let's get it on Twitch too. And hey, Fabby, hopefully it wasn't too long, but I have it here now. If you go to discord.bluecactus.ai, and guys, I'm new to Discord, so I hope this works. I hope this invite will let you in. Right? I don't know if I need to change some permissions or something to let you in. But let me see. It didn't work? No? Ah, I need to set it permanent, right? How do I do that? Hold on. How to set a permanent invite link in Discord. Hold on, guys. How to set up a permanent Discord invite link. It may be a DNS proxy thing, a nub too. One second. It could be a DNS thing that it hasn't propagated yet. Click the server name. Click edit invite link. Okay, so server name, invite to server. Your invite link expires in 7 days. Edit invite link. Expire never. Okay, now I'm gonna tell AWS to use I want you to use this link as the host name instead. So here's the body, guys. It's literally just an HTML file that is redirecting to this Discord link. It may take some time to propagate over DNS. It could just be working in my region. Let's try. Okay, can you see if you can access this this link now? Use the terminal. Okay, So it may take some time, guys, but if you go to Discord, let me see if it's still working for me. Discord.bluecactus.ai. It is redirecting me. So I don't know. This still might be the old link. I don't know. It may not be updated yet. Yeah, no, it should work, guys. Give it like 5 minutes here. If it doesn't work, we'll try again. But while we wait for that, let's come back here. Not to Blue Cactus, back over here. Let's get this checked. Okay. Let's see. I'm actually going to copy what you said. Worked. Check. Message there. Nice. Cool. I see you, Nub. Cool. Well, guys, yep, that's the link. Discord.bluecactus.ai. So that's pretty cool. So what I just did is you'll see a lot of people that have just that raw Discord link, right? That's just has a sequence of characters in it that really doesn't mean anything. So all I did is I used AWS S3 to push up an index HTML file that just redirects from discord.bluecactus.ai to the Discord invite link. And so I used AWS Route 53, which is like a DNS kind of hosted zone service that AWS has for you. And I did all of this using an LLM at the CLI using the AWS SDK. So cool, guys. Awesome. So that's cool. So now let's go back here and okay. So let's find issues again, review this. Let's find the issues one more time. Let's see if we find any additional issues. Then we're gonna push this to origin and then we're gonna test it. Still reviewing here. Let's do it. Let's combine the brain power. Okay, cool. So, nice. Okay, yeah, I gotta lock down permissions. I gotta look into that. I'll look into that like first thing after stream. I'm not familiar with Discord. I'm just now kind of learning. So, let's see. Okay. It's still reviewing in the agent review. Okay. So, let's see. And let's go back to Codex. Let's see while we're waiting for this review to finish. Let's go to Codex. Okay, I can test now. So this is cool. So Cactus Gate's running on port 4100. So let's see. Okay, so let's go to this user login here. I think I'm gonna have to authenticate the token, but let's just go to, okay, let's open this. Are you sure the service is up? It doesn't look like it's running. I just tried to go to port 4100 auth Google, and it's not rendering. Can you try to start it again? What is the command to start the services? I need to execute the bash script, right? Did you execute the bash script? It ran it in the background, which is this &1. So it tried to run npm run dev. Do we need to run npm install on the different services to install the packages first? Hey, Junkie, how are you? Let's try to run this. Or let's go into this directory. And then let's run this. Huh. Here we go. I haven't looked at this service in a really long time. I built it like a few months ago. It's an agent service. If you look back, one of my shorts, like one of the very first shorts I did, or one of the early shorts, I built a voice agent pretty much through that is using Twilio. And so I was able to make outbound calls to a phone number. And I had the voice agent working pretty good using the OpenAI chained architecture. And let me let's go back to Ghosty. Let's see. Do we have to use the ngrok tunnel for the callback URL for this authentication? We shouldn't, right? Okay. All right, let me look at the N file real quick. front-end URL. Server URL. Got it. Okay. So hold on, let's go back to Ghosty. Okay, can you shut the service down and then let's restart it? I updated the environment file. Let's make sure this is in the Google Cloud Console. Go to APIs, go to OAuth consent screen, and let's go to clients, web client 1. Okay, add this new okay, save. Okay. I updated a new callback URL. Let's kill this process. Okay, let's try this, guys, again. Let's close all. It may take a minute for this let's see if we can update the callback URL. We're trying to do Google OAuth right now, guys. I'm gonna paste this into I have it off. My environment file is open right now, guys, so I have this off screen. No, we shouldn't have to use the ngrok tunnel to do this. What's the local server URL? This is the callback URL that I have set in the Google Cloud Console. Hey Fabi, I see your message. Cool. I'll check that in a minute here. Trying to get OAuth, this OAuth service working. No, change Cactus Gate to run on port 4100, and then let's try to start this service again. Hold on, it's trying to grep my end file again. The end file is in the root directory. Getting closer. Okay. Let's get you. Okay. We are still getting this error when we try to do Google OAuth. Oh, I think I might need to. Apps in testing mode. You need to add as a test user redirect URI mismatch. Let's see. Yeah, the server URL stuff is still not. I still don't think the service has like stopped. Okay, we're gonna kill the service. Yeah, I am on the Ultra plan, and then I'm on the Codex Plus plan, and I'm using BugBot. So that's, and really it's because I'm making so many changes. Let's go. Where's that user? Hold on. Login link. Give me the endpoint for the user login. Sorry guys, I'm just kind of zoned in here. Let's see. Okay, here we go. Nice. Okay, guys, so this is Google OAuth, right? So I'm gonna say, okay, great, it's working. I want you to kill the service again. So guys, this is Google OAuth. Yeah, I know. So let me kind of show you. Let's see if I can get it. It does get pricey without exposing anything. Let me see if I can. Yeah, it gets pricey. That's why I try to use. Usually I'm trying. Today I'm on Opus because Gemini 3 Pro is having some difficulty. But, you know, Gemini 3 Flash is really inexpensive. And it's pretty good. Now, another thing you can do is you could get the CRUD plan or an OpenAI plan and then use Cursor Hobby and plug in your API key. Same thing with the $20 plan. Now, I think the $20 plan, you get unlimited usage. Unlimited usage, actually, if you use the auto mode. Now, there's some, it's not as fast, but that's one way to keep getting usage from Cursor. I also know Composer 1 is right about as cheap as the GPT models, and Composer 1 is pretty good. You know, it kind of sometimes goes outside the curbs and runs a little wild, but you can Composer 1's been pretty good. Hey, Anubov. Gonna probably end up trying to make a GPU pool cool, man. Then 7 billion. Yeah, so I'm running like the DeepSeek model that's the 7 billion that's distilled from the llama 7 billion parameter model, and I was able to run that with Ollama on my Mac. But yeah, that would be cool if you could create like a GPU cluster and then kind of put that horsepower together. So let's see here. So we've got the login. So let me see if I can go back to cursor. Let's kill this. I don't want to kill the wrong. Are you sure this is the right service that we're killing right now? Yeah, I believe auto mode is unlimited. Don't quote me on that, but I would look into that. I believe it's unlimited once you hit your usage. Okay, this is a node. Okay, that is the service. Good. All right, now we're gonna kill it. Then I'm gonna show you this guys again. So this is an authentication service. Right now I'm using this package called Node Passport, which is an authentication middleware for Node. Now, one thing with this service is, okay, can you start this service and then give me the authentication URL again? Okay, so now we're executing the service, starting the service, and then let's see, user login. So I don't want to expose anything here, but now when I come to this login, which is running at localhost port 4100, auth Google user, and I had to set up, guys, this, right? So this is Google Cloud Console. Let's see if I can. So this is Google Cloud Console. So if you want to set up OAuth, right, for your application, it's really easy to do it in Node with Passport. Interesting. Yeah, I'm going to be using ngrok tunnels as well to do the voice agents with Twilio. Light LLM and ngrok to get local LLM working on cursor. Interesting. Oh, okay, you might need the tunnel to connect to the cursor server or something, right? I would assume. Something like that. Okay, so that's OAuth. Now, let's click enter here. Boom. It go ahead and choose an account. So I'm going to choose the Blue Cactus account. Click continue. Boom. So we just authenticated and we got a token, right? And I have calendar access set up as true. And the reason why I have that is because with our agents business, one of the first ideas that I had was if there's like MQLs, right? Or marketing qualified leads, or say there's a company that's running pay-per-click and they're running social media ad campaigns. And so the idea is I could create a voice agent that does like outbound discovery calls. So like one idea is like if a company's running ad campaigns and they generate these ads or generate these marketing qualified leads, right? And sometimes when they're talking to the lead, and I've experienced this a lot when we have ran ads in the past, but there's a lot of a lot of people will submit a form and you call them and they say, hey, we hear that you're interested in dash cameras, and they say like, what are you talking about? And it's very interesting. I'm still trying to fully understand why. I think some people are just kind of scrolling through social media. They're just interested in the price, maybe see who's going to call them. But you still will generate leads that people are not serious, or they're not interested, or they don't want to do a demo. Also, I'll have scenarios where we are we'll have like a sales rep that we will give like a list of contacts to that sales rep, and then the sales rep will start reaching out to this list of contacts. And a lot of times there'll be like a list of maybe it's 30 existing customers, or maybe 40 contacts in our ecosystem. And so what we'll do is I will actually, I could use a voice agent to kind of set up some voice agent clones, make those dials, and just kind of make connection with each one of those contacts and do a basic discovery, right? Are you even interested? If you're interested, are you looking to set up a demo? And then keep it really short and tight, and then hand it off to a real human, or use this calendar access, right? So I just use this calendar access to generate this token, right? So we just did Google OAuth with a Node Passport, and that generated an authentication key, and it also has calendar access. So this is a way where users can authenticate, and we can get access to their calendar, and then we can use that calendar access with our agent to like schedule things, right, on their calendar, or check availability and return that availability. Make sure I got my Twitch chat. So let's see here. Now, and let me make sure it's still. Okay, good. Okay, so we got the OAuth, basic OAuth service running right now. I'm going to kind of, it's good that we at least got that set up, and we'll continue working on that on the next stream. And remember that we have, essentially, this is kind of the system. And let me see if I can find, so here's the way that this Boo Cactus AI system really is working, right? So this is the system architecture. It's going through Twilio, which is helping us set up a phone number, a VoIP phone number, and make calls through the cell network, right? And then we have a service called Cactus Hotline, right? And this is helping us kind of manage the turns in the conversation. So I'd give like a greeting, some basic information gather, go fetch availability, give options. Email collection using agents is very hard to do. So I've been using email, or use SMS to try to collect the email, and then do a booking confirmation. And then here we have the rest of the architecture here. So you've got the Cactus SMS service, you've got the Cactus Agent service, right? So pretty much we have Cactus Agents, Cactus Gate, Cactus Hotline, Cactus Intent, Cactus SMS, Cactus Transcriber, Cactus TTS, and Cactus Web. And so we're going to go through each one of these microservices, think about the right language to use, because I've done a lot of like, even on my other system, we're ingesting a lot of real-time data, and I ended up using Node and Nest.js for some of our backend services, and we did a lot of async promises, right, to keep the event loop open. Right now I'm running on AWS EKS, and I'm really doing like self-managed node groups, and I'm doing the I was doing Firecracker approach and kind of scaling up the node groups using Prometheus and Grafana. But then I set up auto scaling. But what I've been thinking about is maybe switching possibly to a language like Golang, where Golang has a faster cold start time, and using like AWS Spot instances maybe, and making sure all of our microservices are completely stateless, right? Using replicas and running the services on spot instances to try to save money. So that's one thing I've been looking into, but this is kind of the flow, right? And so let me let's come back to, and so I'm going to leave that, guys, switching context again here. So we just got OAuth set up on bluecactus.ai on that microservice. It was already built out, but we set up our environment file, went into the Google Cloud Console, got our client ID and our secret, and set all that up. And now we're able to do authentication with Gmail. So whenever you go into an app and you sign in to the app with your Gmail, same exact thing that we're doing here. And we're going to use a couple different authentication methods. We're going to have JWT tokens, we're going to have Redis, cookies, sessions, and we're also going to have OAuth. And so we're going to kind of really work through all of that together on stream. And then, guys, here I have, let's go back to our plan. Okay. Acrylic's back. Okay. Okay. Let's go ahead and commit these changes and push to origin. Let me open up GitHub, guys. Guys and gals. Okay, two-factor authentication. Okay, so let me go to my authenticator. And guys, please like and subscribe and follow. It helps me keep this channel going and helps push out the content to more people. So let's go to our GitHub. Okay. Authenticator. Oh, let's go into the app, actually. Okay. Okay, cool. So I got it. Now what we're going to do, we're running git status. So again, that's not, that's the parent directory. It should. Hold on. No, we made these changes in the reports directory. It's a subdirectory. You should be able to find it and then run git status inside of that subdirectory. Guys, I'm eventually going to set up an agents file that has that information in it. Okay, here we go. It just changed directory into reports. Here are the files that we modified. Can you run git diff on these modified files to make certain that these are the changes that we made together? Okay, cool. So it's running a git diff just to make sure that these are the cool. These are the changes we made together. And okay, let's go ahead and commit these changes, make sure we're on a new branch, and then let's push to origin. How the cursor apps and folders look, so you can just point the cursor folder at the Obsidian Vault folder. Pretty handy way to add agents to your notes. Cool. The Obsidian Note UI. Okay. Git branch. Nice. Driver name and critical events. Good. We're on the right branch. Okay. So we're committing the changes now. Boom. Let's go to GitHub. Let's open up reports. Guys, I'm about to show you BugBot. Nice. Let's go to pull request. New pull request. Okay. So I'm about to show you, create the pull request. Okay. So boom. This is pretty cool. We have cursor BugBot working. I thought I had Codex set up, which is kind of interesting. Thought I had the Codex. I thought it should have ran automatic. It has 2 eyes. And ChatGPT Codex responded with the eyes. So why did ChatGPT Codex not run a check too? I have Codex and Cursor running these checks. I see the eyes emoji from the Codex agent that reviews PRs, but I don't see it running. Why? Comment on the PR. Codex review. So this command will work if I comment on the PR? Okay. Cursor BugBot's still running. Let me see if I add this. Where's the comment? Oh, here we go. If anyone's familiar, what comment? I could have sworn that I Let me go to my Codex, or maybe it runs after BugBot is done running. Let me go to Codex real quick. Okay, I see it in here. Oh, nice. BugBot's still running. Here's Codex review. Cool. And thanks a lot for the support, guys. And anyone that did join the Discord means a lot. It motivates me to keep going and to keep this channel going. And really, I want to build this community. And we can all really work together, learn from each other, and learn about AI together. And, you know, that's really my motivation is to build a community of like-minded people. And also build real businesses at the same time and have fun while we do it. So let's see what ChatGPT Because enrichment loop only accepts driver data and strictly for the critical event. So, because the only accepts driver strictly before the critical event, a driver row in this report. And that would be if the timestamps were exactly the same. Let me go to cursor. Do I need to be concerned about this? This would only happen if the driver ID and the event timestamp was exactly the same, right? Bugbot's still running. I've noticed Bugbot kind of takes a minute. Guys, I'm gonna use the restroom real quick and grab some coffee. I'll be right back. Hey guys, I'm back. Okay, so Bugbot's still running. Let's see what cursor said. Okay, I'm not too concerned about this codex call out. It was interesting though. Bugbot's still running. So there we go. Codex definitely moving faster than Bugbot here. Let's click on Bugbot. Hey guys, this is a new GitHub account. But one thing that we may do too is we'll probably end up open sourcing a service. I'm not sure which service yet, but that's definitely something I want to do is open source it, and we'll talk about which license to put on it, kind of why we're doing it. We probably won't open source anything that has a lot of like proprietary tooling in it, but do want to open source some technology and expose maybe an SDK or some methods. Interesting. So it's still running. I'm tempted to just let's read the while we wait for Bugbot. Let's read what we did here. So we added the driver UID and driver name fields to the critical event data type object. and we implemented driver enrichment. We queried driver ID events 72 hours back and resolved to driver names. And we use try with resources for proper connection statement cleanup. Good. Okay. Codex review. Let's see. Here's cursor. What are your thoughts about this? Hey, Michael. Gemini 3 is all right. I keep having, there's some type of resource issue. Like, I've been trying to use it, but it keeps saying, it just keeps in the middle of doing a job. It just stops working, right? And kind of stalls out in the middle of a job. And it gives some message in cursor. I forget what it is. Like, the model provider is having some resource issue or something, or the model's not available. Try again. Opus is and I've used Gemini 3 Flash, and that's pretty incredible. But yeah, I don't know if anyone else has had that. Like Gemini 3 Pro, actually earlier in the stream, I keep getting that message, and let me see, I forget exactly what the exact message is. Cursor message when the model provider is unavailable. Yeah, I think it says, I don't know if this is exactly it, I forget. We're having trouble connecting to the model provider. So that keeps happening. And guys, please like and subscribe and follow if you haven't already. It helps a lot. Let's go back to cursor and let's see. Okay. A driver ID event is the login. When Bob logs in at 10 a.m., the event says driver ID at 10 a.m. There's Bob's UUID. The login's before 10 a.m. Okay, explain this again for a layman and describe how this works. It's getting a bit confusing. Okay. So here's the scenario where the driver gets into the vehicle, we get the driver ID event, then we get a hard brake of speeding with no UUID, then we get another driver ID, and then another hard brake. Who's the last person to log in before this happened? Hard brake at 8:15, look back. Bob was logged in, that's good. Speeding at 8:30, look back. Find Bob at AM, driver Bob. Hard brake at 2:20, look back. Find Alice, right? Or Bob. Okay, go ahead and implement the fix, and then commit and push to origin. Yeah, I don't know, Michael. I think, honestly, I think that Google, you know, they have a lot of resource, but they also have a lot of services, right? And so I know that they're probably trying to carve out some of that resource for AI, and they're building data centers. Um, but it's interesting. So I have a feeling that they're still have a lot of traffic, and they're handling a lot of other services. Um, and there's a ton of AI demand right now. So it must be. So you wouldn't think Google would have some sort of resource constraint, um, but maybe they are. Yeah, the TPU. I mean, what's really incredible is you have the TPU from Google, and then you have Grok that just had that licensing deal with NVIDIA, right? And so you can see how, maybe GPU is not the end all be all for the compute, right? Like we may have an advancement, and maybe GPU isn't the perfect compute for the shape of this workload. And so, yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see how the TPU and the LPU, the language processing unit, how that all kind of unfolds. Also, I know that they're building these big data centers to, and we're trying. We have these scaling laws, and we know the models are getting more and more intelligent. But then, like a model like DeepSeek with Olama, I'm able to run it on a 7 billion parameter model, able to run it on a piece of local hardware. And so, that's going to be kind of interesting, because I know that, your average everyday person, a 7 billion parameter model that's running locally on their iPhone that doesn't have to go up and down to the cloud is probably good enough. Like most people are just asking like basic questions, right? Like how do I cook an egg? Like how do I clean my couch, right? And so it's definitely going to be interesting. Interesting, yeah, yeah, 1.9. Interesting thoughts. Definitely fascinating. Okay, so let's commit this change. So, okay, let's push this to origin. One thing I did notice is that when I push a new commit, cursor doesn't run again. And there's no way to get cursor to run again. I'm gonna see if I can get Codex to run again. Let's try. Or let's just see if it does it on its own first. Hey, Michael. Yeah. So, and let's just try this real quick before I go into what we're working on. See if we can comment on this again here. Okay. So, Michael, and I know, guys, I've been through this a lot. So if you're one of the people that's been in here, just bear with me while I talk about what we're doing again. So, we are, just make sure. So we are really working on two different things. So we've got telematics video business, right? So, so pretty much we have dash cameras in vehicles, and those dash cameras report location and also safety events. So it uses on-edge AI and also accelerometer to detect events. So it's like a telematics video camera. So it's reporting real-time location and also safety events. So things like hard brake, quick acceleration, erratic lane departure, turn, hard turn, shock, severe shock. And so this is a mapping system where this is Three.js overlaid on top of Google Maps. So we have mapping. This is a 3D vector map, and this is actually a 3D object on top of a Three.js overlay. And so so that's basic location. The vehicle's not on right now, but we could look at live video here. And guys, I also have a mobile app. I haven't pulled it up in this stream, but we do have a mobile app for this system too. And you can request footage. You can share a link. So if you want to share a location link that expires, you can do that. I can go look at position history. So I can look at trips. So let's see, let's like find a day that has a lot of trips. You can look at different trips for this day or for this vehicle, highlight these different trips, look at an event during the trip. So this one was DSM fatigue, right? And here you can see the DSM fatigue event. Usually right here in the middle is when I'm fatigued. You can see it's saying that my left eye is closed for 4 seconds here. And my mouth is open, distraction. So this was like a distraction event. And what we're doing is we take these safety events and we're building out a coaching protocol or a coaching program, right? That anyone that manages a fleet of vehicles, it could be a service company, it could be a long haul trucking company. And so then what we're doing is, and I vibe coded this without writing a single line of code. So this is using object detection, depth estimation models to try to detect objects. And then so we're using the context that we have from the edge event, and then any context that we have from the post-analysis event, and then any context that we have from this 3D simulation, right? And then we're taking all of that data that we have, and we're building a coaching safety report, right? So in this report, we say, all right, how risky was this event? What's the event snapshot? So what objects did we detect in the scene, right? What are some key observations? And what's an action plan, right? Minimize distractions by keeping personal items secure and out of reach. Review and adjust seating position for optimal visibility. Practice maintaining focus on driving tasks. Then driver reflection questions. And what's interesting about this is it's fully dynamic, right? So it's not static. And this is dynamic and changes every time. Anyway, so we built this report. And what we're doing today is we have this critical event report. And first, let me go to drivers. So we have identified drivers. This is us trying to do driver ID, right? So we take pictures of the driver's face, and a fleet administrator would come in here and start linking these pictures to actual drivers, right? To human drivers. And so what we're doing now is, now that we have that linking working, we're building a report, or we're trying to return the driver association in the report. So every time there's an event, we're trying to return, so pretty much like this DSM distraction event, we want to know who the driver was in the vehicle at the time of that event. So anyways, we're almost done here. It looks like I did codex review. I don't see another codex review session here, but let's go ahead and just merge this. And let's go to actions. So now this is building a Docker image, and it's going to push it up to Docker Hub. And then we're going to run a kubectl rollout restart. So here's the Docker file building. This really containerizes your application code, so it can run in an environment like Kubernetes. And guys, please join the Discord if you haven't already. It's discord.bluecactus.ai. And we're really trying to build a community of builders and like-minded people in our Discord server. And we're going to be vibe coding all the way through 2026. So building the telematics video business. and also building this agents business, right? Um, and really, we're just wrapping up a few more core features on telematics video, and we're kind of trying to work on these two businesses really side by side. Um, yeah, object detection is YOLO. Depth estimation is a Intel model. And then trying to use like some vision models to maybe get the most relevant frames in the video, and then try to pass it to a vision model, pass in the context, and then ask it to do another review of the most critical frames. And so I'm trying to kind of work through that, trying to identify, trying to figure out, all right, what are the most relevant frames in that video? Why were they relevant? What objects were in there? And then use a vision API maybe to review that image, an image model to review that image and help me like make a determination on if it's an event that we really need to pay attention to or not. And I'm still kind of thinking through some of this stuff. And we're going to be thinking through this on stream and building this together. And I got to add all of our live streams in a playlist, but if you go back and look at some of the other live streams, you can actually see us build that coaching platform, integrate YOLO, integrate the Intel depth model. And we did all of that vibe coding that without writing a single line of code, which is pretty awesome actually. And to be honest, doing something like that would have been very, very challenging for me before the LLM was a thing. So still building the image here. And guys, after we test this, I think I'm gonna drop off here, kind of gonna get some food in me, eat a little bit, and then I'll see you guys on the next live stream. I want to wait for this to finish. We're going to do a rollout restart on the report service, which I'll go ahead and queue that up. Can you do a rollout restart on the reports deployment? Nice, it looks like we're done. That's not the name of the deployment. Nice, it found the deployment name. So we're restarting the pod. Yeah, so BugBot, I mean, it's definitely helps. It's $40 a month, which is pretty expensive. Honestly, I think with the $200 Ultra plan, they should be giving me some BugBot included in that, but that's okay. It's $40 additional. I'm just pushing so much code, and I need like another review, right, from another agent. But what I've seen is that they do have a review tool inside of Cursor. So there's a review system in Cursor, and I've ran that review system. It's found issues, and then I've pushed something to GitHub, and BugBot has actually found a different issue. So you know, BugBot is definitely helpful. You know, I was having a lot of success before I started using BugBot. You know, you just kind of, what I was doing before BugBot was I would do something in Cursor, and then I'll pull up Codex and be like, go look at the Git commits that we just made and review them. Will this introduce any breaking changes to production? Something like that. So nice. So we rolled it out. Okay, can you check the status of the rollout? Then I'm going to open up the logs and follow them. So BugBot, yeah, it just reviews your PRs. And it runs inside of GitHub, which is pretty cool. But Codex is doing it too. So, you know, if I go back, so for $20 a month, which I'm paying for OpenAI plus I'm getting Codex reviews. Triggered when you open a pull request, comment at Codex review. So Codex, you may be able to get some PR reviews for $20 from OpenAI, a bit cheaper than Cursor for sure. So I have reviewers. I got the Cursor bug bot and I've got Codex running. But on OpenAI, you know, they're because they have so much investment, you know, they're putting some pressure on pricing, so they're able to kind of get that pricing down. Cursor's definitely pretty expensive. Okay, let's check the status. Nice. Now I'm gonna tell it to. Okay, great. Now I want you to open and follow these logs, and then I'm gonna generate a report and let's see if it works. Okay. Hold on. Here we go. Boom. Okay. So now I come here and let's do this. Okay. So open in browser. So we didn't make the front end changes yet, so we won't see it in the front end, but we should see it in the network response. Okay. Nice. Wait. So here's driver ID. But maybe this driver ID hasn't been linked yet. Okay, here's the driver name, Santa Claus. And then here's a DSM distraction. It has Santa Claus. Interesting. Okay. So every event after driver ID. You know, that's a good question, Matthew. I think on one of the previous streams I've used Grok, but I'm gonna end up doing a stream where we just exclusively do everything with Grok code, and then I can answer that question better for you. But you know, I think I kind of like the way that Grok thinks through problems and the way that it thinks through bigger systems. But I haven't made a ton of code changes. Yeah, Grok, it's a good question. I need to, Grok is free for now. Cool. Yeah, I need to try Grok on a full stream, and then I can give you a better answer to that. I can't definitively say if one or the other is better. Definitely, I think the best coding models right now is for sure probably Opus and Sonnet. With you know, Codex being right behind, and Gemini catching up incredibly fast, right? And one thing I've noticed about, I guess if I really want to get surgical and need to be precise, if I'm working on a production system and I can't afford any hallucination, I'm going Opus 4.5 or one of the Anthropic models. If I need big system thinking and like abstraction, think about abstraction and think about like systems thinking and scaling, the Gemini models have been impressive. It seems to be better at like bigger system thinking in my experience. Codex is really good too. Codex, on my most difficult problems, I throw that at the Codex CLI tool, and Codex has really, really impressed me. You know, I was really liking DeepSeek, but I guess Cursor doesn't let DeepSeek do any tool calling, and I was impressed with the DeepSeek reasoning, right? And I think Gemini has some very almost better kind of reasoning, maybe. more reasoning, but more hallucination than maybe Anthropic. At least that's my opinion. Um, and trying to think of anything else. What's another model I've been using? Composer One. It's like a wild horse that needs to be tamed. It goes incredibly fast, and it's very impressive. But it does go outside the curbs a little bit, just like Gemini Flash. But it's pretty impressive, and they have the price. They have the price point affordable. And then you got GPT 5.2, right? Extra high. Which if you need some, and I didn't use it on this stream, but GPT 5.2 extra high is really doing some really deep reasoning. So like on my to-do list, some of these items, like let me see, like these are the items I really need to work on. Let me think about the DB schema. I might use a extra high reasoning model for that. Think about the language to use for my microservices. I might use the extra high reasoning. So, you know, really different models for different use cases. And guys, this is really what I'm trying to do in 2026. Yeah. So these are kind of my ambitions for 2026. So I want to build the standard for coaching safety protocol and agent tooling. And so what does that mean? You know, that really means that, you know, I want to develop like a schema or define the inputs and the outputs. You know, for instance, like an insurance company that is maybe not that technical could, in these insurance companies, like if you're a fleet, if you have a fleet of vehicles and you need to get insurance, a lot of these insurance companies now are giving you a few options for dash cameras. And you might have seen this on like State Farm or Allstate has a product like an OBD2 product that you put into your car and it starts tracking your safety events. But what I want to do is define the schema or define the protocol for inputs and outputs for coaching safety tools, right? So the idea is like if you're an insurance company and you let one of your clients use a dash camera, it doesn't matter what the dash camera vendor is. You know, you can pass that video to me and I will run my risk analysis on that and maybe give you an ID and a timestamp, put it on an immutable ledger, and then return that to you. And I really want to kind of build this protocol. And the idea with this is when there is an event, when something does happen, you know, it's nice to have a historical event history of how safe a driver was, how risky they were, and the insurance company can use this risk profile to make decisions, right? And so I want to make it really easy and maybe expose an MCP server, expose an SDK, and make it easy for an insurance company to kind of integrate, right? So I want to build that, and then build a flexible cognitive wrapper and context awareness engine around simple business workflows. Right, so that's just a big fancy way of saying I'm going to build an agent's business that is not, you know, we're going to end up probably going deep on a certain vertical, but I want to make it very flexible where we can swap in different models, right? We're handling context locally using some sort of key value storage and kind of managing that context and wrapping that all around simple business workflows. And so that's what I'm trying to do, guys. But so let's see. So that's the plan for 2026. You know, if you guys like this type of content, please like and subscribe. You know, I'm getting a bit hungry here, so I'm gonna drop off and get some food. But thanks for everyone that joined today. You know, I think this was maybe Thanks for everyone that joined today. And thanks for anyone that joined the Discord. It means a lot. Thanks for the support, and happy vibe coding. And I'll see everyone on the next stream.